Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Talent League Valorant. It's the grand finals. My name is Uncooked once again, and I am joined by a new face around here, Pooball. How are you
Hello,
doing, my
hello.
friend?
I'm doing good on this Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon, indeed, and we do have two very, very good teams ahead of us. We have Team Guardian Sigma versus Team Invictum. Now, Invictum have been on a bit of a streak, it's fair to say. But Guardians, we saw them pull off a bit of an upset against Emrys earlier on this week on Tuesday. Do you reckon they might be able to do it again?
Well, this is clearly a story of the established sort of titan of the league. Their worst loss in groups was a 13-5 against
Yeah,
this sort of up and coming squad. So momentum, could help Guardians, but it's looking towards a one side of the far.
yeah, absolutely. But that 13-5 was against Guardians. And like I say, that match against Emrys was certainly a surprise, at least to me. 13-11 on Haven, 14-12 on Icebox. So they kept it close where, Invictum haven't really been tested this entire tournament, except let's just check here. Yeah, the semi-final on a Wednesday, we had Vega actually make them sweat a little bit, especially in the first half on Haven. 13-9 that map was still in the favor of Invictum, but they proved that they can bleed a little bit. So
Yeah, you got to ask: are they maybe getting a bit too comfortable this late on? They've not, as you've said, they've not been challenged really at all in groups.
absolutely, yeah.
But Guardian Sigma are coming up. So this could be a new threat that maybe they aren't anticipating. You'd hope they're sort of still preparing for everything, but
Yeah.
it could be a problem.
It absolutely could be, and we're just going to look at the map veto real quickly. We have our first map, which will be Icebox. Then we move on to Ascent, then Haven. Those are the three maps we're definitely going to see. And if we do get both teams winning maps, we might see Bind as a map 4, and we might see Breeze as a map 5, which means Fracture and Split, they were banned um, straight off the bat, so those ones won't be in the map pool. And it's interesting to note Haven, the one map that we've really seen uh, Invictum kind of struggle on. We haven't actually seen them play Icebox at all. And then Ascent, we've seen it a little bit through the group stage. So, these teams, we saw Vega, they definitely did their VOD review on Haven. Guardians, they seem like they're a team that know what they're on about, know what they're doing. They might have done a lot of this this VOD review as well. So coming into this first map now, we're going to see it's going to be Guardians that start out on this defensive side. And looking at the lineup from them, we are going to see some quite interesting stuff. We're seeing some killjoys being brought out, and Joe Nazi sticking with his classic chamber. But something I've just noticed, Lecton usually plays in that sort of breach role, has actually stepped into the chamber here, and Zane is actually going to be playing Sage, Joe.
Oh, oh, they're really spicing it up for my first cast. I see.
Yeah, absolutely. KO being brought out by Swimmer as well. We've seen some really good stuff from him being brought out on this agent. And looking at Guardians when they played Icebox, it looks like it's going to be a similar lineup. Chamber, Jonox on Chamber, Shadow on Viper, Lich King on the Sage, Swimmer on KO, and Kins on the Sova. So yeah, absolutely, it's identical. But yeah, we haven't seen Invictum play on this Icebox, and Zane, he's been playing Jet on Haven and Raze pretty much everywhere else. Just to see him step over onto the stage, a
Choose your
Sentinel
agent.
of all classes, it's really quite surprising. Actually, I'm noticing there's no duelist here on either side. Obviously, Chamber is that sort of like pseudo duelist, but
Yeah.
yeah, no duelist setups for now. Double Sentinel for both teams as well. So actually, no, we have Invictum. They've brought along the Killjoy, so that's actually going to be three Sentinels. They're missing out on the KO, which I think might hurt them. So it looks like Invictum might be relying a bit more on their gun skill than actual strategy because KO can be so useful on this map. Especially, you have the chamber when you have that tour de force. or you have your rendezvous, often you don't really buy anything else because you have that, or at least you don't buy primary, and you have the headhunter as well. So often you will see a chamber on that ulti round will just bring a classic because he has the headhunter, he has the tour de force. With the KO knives, that can shut all of that down immediately and also remove your means of escape.
Yeah.
Starting things out now, it looks like there might be some early mid pressure here from Invictum. But Guardians, I don't really want to play that game. KO knife used early on A just to gain some of that information, gain some of that intel, and also remove some of that utility. Jonuts opening things up. First kill onto Zane. That's your Sage off the board early. Has been spotted out by the Aldrone though, so does have to pull back to that CT spawn. But overall, Invictum not really doing well here out the gate, and it looks like they just want to rotate B, just completely change things up coming through, and we might see a bit of focus here as Vanta coming up through kitchen might catch Kings off guard.
Yeah, the infamous Jonut's chamber claims its first victim of the match. But now we're into that last minute, and the attackers have got to sort of make something.
Absolutely. They've got to make something. Can hear the headhunter ringing out from Lecton, but it's not quite having the same effect as Jonuts is. And another whiff shot. He's only got one bullet remaining and has to just get out of their rendezvous, now owning the classic in hand, and they're rotating back once again. It looks like it has been an A push after all. And
Still tearing down the barrel of that 4v5.
Yeah.
They've really got to work for this.
Absolutely. The double rotate here being used to great effect.
Revealing area.
Really tricked Guardians, but they've still got to hold on for this close one. Recon bolts come through, it's trades back and forth. Now we're in a 2 versus 2. Lich King is getting that spike diffused, and Right In just cleans them up right at the end with a lovely 2-piece. Invictum certainly looks a bit scary, especially with Zane going off the board initially, but they still managed to make it work with that double rotate and the A push in the end.
Yeah, Invictum that round really proved that it isn't over till it's over. They managed to fight through the 4v5 deficit. Even with low time, they go for 2 rotates, and they still win the final gunfights. It shows you can have all the strategies you want, but in a shooter, you need to be hitting them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it was more of a fake towards speed from Lecton. The rest of the players were just sort of hanging out in that attack spawn, ready to go back, and Jonas. This is so aggressive so early, and Lecton taken off the board right off the bat.
The chamber diff, the Jonut's chamber.
Jonut's chamber diff, and Vanta looks like he might be next up on the chopping block.
Some...
Oh no! Just the shoulder peeking out, and that's all Vanta needs to claim that one. 4 versus 4 now. It's an earlier bite back from Invictum. Obviously, they do have this half buy with these SMGs, but it's going to be proving to be. You do see sometimes these anti-ecos, these ecos being won by the team that lost the pistol, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case here. Zane, Bulldog in hand, takes out Kins up on that CT side, and now it's a 2 versus 4. There's not really much to save here for Guardians. They just got to try and get as much impact as they can.
Yeah, you've got to stem the bleeding here. Every kill is worth it.
Every kill is worth it, especially with the economy going to be taken off the board, but Vanta's just too good for those.
Lich King and the 1v4. It's not a case of winning, it is just a case of costing them as much as possible.
Yeah, obviously if you can get... Yeah. Obviously if he could get 1 kill, that certainly helps out his own credits, but not going to be. Now coming into this bonus, we want to see Guardians having those rifles on board, and it's likely Invictum they want to stick with this half buy. Just play this out as standardly as possible, not try to force anything. So, I mean, if Invictum win this round, it's pretty expected that we're going to be seeing 4-0 on the board right now. Just because of the nature of the economy of this situation. But I mean, you would expect Guardians to be winning this one. They have the superior weaponry. They have the advantage in that situation. It's just whether they can hit their shots.
Yep. Donuts again.
Once again. He's too good with it, but once again, it's the early trade outs. He found the second, make it 3. The Vandal in hand is just too good with it. Vanta, though.
It's Donuts versus the world right now.
Absolutely, and Shadow manages to find one. Lecton makes it as close to as possible. Kim's still able to lock it off, so it's certainly costly for Guardians. Don't make no mistake, 3 off the board in this bonus is going to certainly damage them, but they should have enough to rebuy into this. It's just if they again lose this round 5, that's when things start to get a bit worried, because you do think that maybe Invictum might get off to a very early lead, possibly something in the lines of 4-1.
Yeah, important round. They've really got to win this, or else we are going to see this snowball effect if this investment doesn't pay off for Guardians.
Yeah, absolutely. If they'd managed to save a few more weapons into the previous in the previous round, it might have looked different. But Jonuts has the tour de
He's
force.
Going for it. He wants
Looks like the recon dot will spot him out. He's just gonna.
He's still ego peeking that.
Wait, Shadow's got 2 suddenly.
Invictus snap back with 2 of their own now.
Yeah, Lich King at least keeps him an advantage in favor for now, but it is going to be Lightning getting this plant on the ground. Lecton providing the cover that he needs to, and it's so close that Shadow's not quite able to land those shots. So we go again. 3 versus 2 for Guardians in this post plant. They've got to try and do something, but these positions are just so strong, especially when you plant on this B site. You've got to try and use these utility. Swimmer finds one, but the Hunter's Fury onto Lich King. He at least gets his car. And Kins now is going to be on that stick in the defuse, and Swimmer locks it out. 2-2 now.
A good attempt from Lightning there, but it's a losing situation.
Yeah, an important round for Guardians to win, like we highlighted.
And suddenly, you know, we're all even, 2-2.
And Jonuts has the op.
Oh, Jonuts. He's going to go for it again. He's going to go for those cheeky peeks we've seen from him.
Oh, look at the money from Lecton, actually. He doesn't really have that high credits. He might have to go into this with just the classic and try to use the Headhunter to try and find something up there. And Jonuts aggressive through mid very early on. Timmy the turret spots him out. Does a little bit more damage as he heads through that Viper Orb.
We said he'd go for those cheeky peeks, but he knows better. He knows better than that.
Vanta does have the lockdown on board though, which means that this site is going to need to be vacated by Guardians. They're going to have to entirely play for this retake.
Welcome to my world.
And Viper's Pit invested as well, so no, it's going to be the ulti round coming out from Invictum. They have invested, obviously, 2 of their ultimates, so if they lose this, it's going to be very damaging, but at the minute, they do look in such a great position, 5v5 in this post-plant, and the spike's already been ticking for a few seconds, so it's just going to have to be blind sprays, and Zane is going to be the benefactor of one. Lecton, Headhunter, we said he's going to have to do that. Matrix as well. Jonuts does find one with that operator. He's not dead yet, but it looks like this round might be for Guardians. The spike getting ever closer to detonating, and it's just going to be a save. This Lich King's not even going to be able to do that, so...
I win again.
Oh,
Lovely
exit
Jonuts, lovely double. Saves the op.
Yeah. And once again, kills. They are going to damage that economy of Invictum, but with that round win, they should be able to at least buy into this round. But yeah, once again, these wins, they aren't really that clean from Invictum. But
costly round for them as well. If you saw before, although it was 2-2, Guardians definitely had the money advantage. So Invictum committing those 2 ults, as well as being at the money deficit, it was a very important round. They had to win.
You want to play? Let's play.
Okay, tour de force now. In play from Lecton. What can he do? He's just going to be looking down mid here, trying to see what he can find. But at the minute, nothing is presenting itself. Lich King
All too easy.
gets a little too curious. And here we go. Wall going to come up. It looks likely that they're going to get this B plant down. And Guardians, once again, in this disadvantage, in this
Poison's off.
unfortunate position. And here we go. Snakebite comes through, trying to at least force him off the plant, but no, it doesn't. Bounces off the wall. Which means, once again, Invictum just look like they have this round in the bag.
Grenade out.
Toxin's failing.
Trades back and forth once again. Quick tap on the spike.
Last player
There's a chaos
standing.
ensuing on the speed bomb site. Where have all those kills come from? Zayn still good. He's now in the 1v1. Obviously, as that KO is downed and the position is noted, Jonuts, he has no time. So despite the kills that come through, it's a wasted effort. And Zayn still taken out by that spike. That's so damaging for that economy. But you know, still gets another point closer to that res, which he does indeed have on board now.
That round was nowhere near as clean as it should have been.
Yeah,
That round was done and dusted with 30 seconds left, and suddenly Guardians just spring to life.
Once again, these rounds are being won, but not cleanly.
Yeah.
This is certainly, when in the regular season we saw from Invictum, they'd be winning rounds left, right, and centre with 4 players left alive, 3 players left alive, heck, even flawless rounds a lot of the time. This does not look like that same team. These playoffs, these Champion Series, just has not looked as powerful as they have needed to be. Especially as Swimmer with a Sheriff takes out Zayn as the very first. So again, not the firepower that you'd always expect from that star fragger that we've seen. MVP of every match that Invictum have had in Jonuts. Oh, the op pulled out a little bit too late. Lecton claims that one. To save. It is this eco round. You don't expect to find anything. They're going to have to fight with claimed rifles, with claimed weapons, and Shadow. Hold on a minute, Joe.
It's like we said, it's getting sloppy. It's getting sloppy yet again. Good double from Matrix. Really sort of stops the bleeding. Matrix with 3.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
But again, it's that snowball we were seeing. One bad gunfight turns into 2 bad gunfights, turns into 3, and suddenly the rounds are looking much closer than you'd think. It is these sort of dirty wins that they're not staying alive, which is really harming their economy.
Yeah, absolutely. Because even though they are getting these round wins, they're
Right
not.
here.
The credits are still going down, like from round to round. So they might actually have to save despite being on a winning streak if they want to avoid bringing absolutely nothing into another next round. Just save that economy, allow Guardians to at least get 1. But yeah, the scoreline's certainly representative of what we've been seeing from Invictum, but the way they're winning these rounds is absolutely a completely different team, and I'm not too sure if I like it.
Yeah, we are sort of ragging on them a bit, but we do have to acknowledge it is 5-2 to Invictum. They are still winning these rounds, and if they keep winning them, then maybe all these sort of hypothetical what-ifs will never happen. But it's something you got to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, Shadow, once again, blocking things out. Look at how low he is, though. Just from these sprays. I think that was possibly from Lightning. Might need to get some help from Kins just to try and clear things up. And they're not aware of Vanta's position. He's crept up through mid, and that means Lich King goes down.
30 seconds
Vanta just
left.
unchecked there.
Yeah.
Spike down A.
It's horrible,
Swim
but
with a nice
Swimmer,
double.
Yeah, it means that once again, this round is very, very close from Invictum.
Last
And Guardians, they
player
are in this
standing.
winning position, especially Jonas does not get this, actually kills the spike onto Lexon, not able to get it down.
And
And
now
that
we're
is a
gonna have to see a save.
catastrophic round.
They're gonna have to save now.
Yeah, like, they probably would have had enough for a bye if their wins had been clean, but they just haven't been. They've been
That's a
dirty,
good
they've been
spot.
clutching, they've been pulling all sorts of shenanigans off, which means, you know, that at least, I mean, the smart thing to do is to save here, because if Guardians get another one, then it looks so, so dangerous. And,
Teleport's ready.
you know, another thing that has to be said that, you know, Invictum, they are attacking Icebox here, which you would consider to be, give them an advantage anyway. So, things to consider, but as for right now, this position from Jonas, by the way, is just so, so powerful. Lecton has to clear the Aldrone from Kins.
Drone feeding
But
Jonas.
I don't even know if he's aware. Yeah, I don't even know if Lecton's aware. Oh! That's unfortunate.
Almost the opening kill, but Electron gets out of there with a pixel of health left. God, bit of an
Yeah.
exaggeration.
Has
Jonas
to get
not
out there.
a clean spray.
No, absolutely not. And that's kind of the difficulty when you're playing from that up above angle. And actually, that's given this ace-like control all the way over to Invictum. Viper's Pit coming through from the attacking side of Invictum, but Kins has found one, and that's just kills all the way through. Viper's Pit goes down, but there's two in return. It is now looking so, so much closer than it has any right to be. Spike is down, 30 seconds. Zane has to recollect it. Does have that revive if necessary, but might not even be in a position to use it. Zane with the Sheriff. That is such a good kill, though. And Kins now. Oh, 5 come through, but Zane isn't quite able to land those. And Jonas finishes it off. So I think Invictum did bring across 1 or 2 rifles, which means
You're gonna have to go with another sort of half buy. You're not fully committing to the save, and now you're gonna pay for it. It's looking like it's gonna be 5-all.
Yeah, 5-5 scoreline. Not really the result that you'd expect, especially, you know, looking at how dominant Invictum have been in the past. I mean, hey, maybe Icebox just isn't them, but it was Guardian's pick after all, so would expect, especially as, you know, Invictum, they picked to start attack, which is, I mean, it's Icebox, why wouldn't you? So these are all things to consider when it's this close and you're attacking.
Good opening
The
pick.
defensive half might be a bit
Guardians is
dangerous.
MVP of the match so far down, but the slow and quiet play from Shadow rewards it greatly.
And Shadow has been very consistent, actually, throughout this map, and Zane still struggling to find himself inside of Icebox. His Sage roll isn't really working out for him, sticking on that raise, and Swimmer not quite able to get that spray. Matrix with a slither of health gets him down, and here comes the Hunter's Fury from Kins. Might not actually get the tag, and Lecton actually manages to find one. The tag's not quite there, so 2 versus 3 now for Guardians.
Deploying drone.
Invictum, they look in strong position.
Revealing
Lecton
area.
just gets out of there, destroys the Aldrone, gets rid of that intel. Really smart play from Invictum here to try and bring this one back.
Yeah, Invictum heard us doubting them, and they're like, okay, we'll win the save, easy.
Nowhere to run.
And here we go, Hunter's Fury in return. Kins at least casts it, tries to dodge, but he's going to get taken out. It is now all on Shadow. It's not going to happen. Thrifty round comes through. Devastating show of events.
Yeah, I guess that just shows.
And they bring
why
across 3 rifles as well, so they don't even need to worry, really.
That shows why they were undefeated. That against all odds, they just win that without really breaking a sweat. Only 2 of them go down. They get the plant down pretty easily.
Yeah, we're seeing the flashes of the Invictum that we saw in this group stage, and You know, they've been winning, you know, 10-2 halves,
Deploying
11-1 halves throughout this entire group
Enemy
stage.
tagged.
And heck, even in the playoffs game against Vega, like at the half, it was kind of close. I think it was a 7-5 to Vega actually, but Invictum were able to bring that back. So it can still win even when they're down at the half, and they don't look like they want to be doing that anytime soon. Snakebite through again, but Sage Wall just blocks it.
Yeah, momentarily stopped
One
the plant,
enemy
but
remaining.
it's
Yeah.
inevitable. They've got this side under lock and key.
Yeah, and
The
Swimmer
Swimmer
only the
on
classic.
Spike planted.
He's only got the classic as well to his name. His first contact will be Vanta up here in kitchen. He might not even check this corner. This is looking like
Oh.
it's going to be a 7th round. Oh no, he does check it. The right click comes through, and the flash not
Immediately
even able to
charging.
land. Yeah,
Last round before
some
the switch.
good rounds coming through from Invictum. It seems like they're waking up into this match a little bit. They're now 7-4 at the half, and you know, this is kind of where you'd expect that attacking half on Icebox to be at an 8-4 at this 7-5. So, you know, it was looking a bit dangerous, but they've managed to reclaim it, managed to bring things back. Zane finding his footing here. 10-9 now, after being the opening pick quite a fair amount of
You
times
want
in the
to play?
beginning.
Let's play.
Here we go, Tour de Force popped from from Invictum, that's Lecton. Who I'm still not comfortable saying Chamber and saying Lecton. Like, it's the roles on Icebox from Invictum are baffling when you consider all their other maps, but it seems to be working out so far. Obviously, Vanta does usually play that Killjoy on Ascent, and here we go. Jonuts
Spike
finds
down A.
one
Beautiful
onto
opening.
Matrix. Yeah, beautiful opening. Recon Dart is going to spot him out, though.
You will not kill
Which
my
means he has to
ally.
fall back, and Zane does have that resurrect, so once again, nothing, and oh, Tour de Force and Operator, both of them come through, neither of them connect. Swimmer now has to stay outside of this lockdown as the spike starts to go down. Matrix is going to confirm that one.
Welcome to my world.
And Viper's Pit used now as well. Looks like they want this 8-4 Swimmer just has to jump through. Taken out. He did pop the null command, so can at least provide a little bit of intel. Shadow traded out by Lightning after finding one. Lich King on mid is able to find one, and Jonuts actually is able to stabilize him.
Cost
And
him
look
his
at
life.
this. Yeah, it did, but especially with
Last
the Viper's
player
Pit, that
standing.
decay is going to be so deadly, and it's all down to Kins. You can't lock it through. Lightning with 3 on the round. And it's good ultimates, some great
Switching
ult
sides.
cycles actually from Invictum coming through, which leads them to 8-4. And now it's up to see what they can do on their defense, because it would give Guardians a bit of an edge here coming into this attacking half. But I mean, it is against Invictum, so who can really say?
Yeah, but the thing you got to consider, 8-4, good for the map standards, but for Invictum standards, maybe a lower expectation. It could give some confidence to Guardians.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, you know, coming in, they said, okay, we're on a defensive half. You know, if they win this pistol, they're at least going to be up to 6. So that puts them in. That puts them in fighting distance. That puts them in almost breathing distance of
Scanning ahead.
that 8-round scoreline that we see that Invictum have. It all depends on this pistol. This is a must-win round for Guardians, or they basically serve absolutely zero hope.
Yep. But we can't doubt Invictum's pistol rounds. Even against the much higher power rifles, we've seen them win these, so even if Guardians win this, it's not in the bag. It's not a 6-8 in the bag for sure.
Yeah,
Invictum
absolutely.
are really just that good.
Teleport's ready.
It's a bit of a slow approach, actually, from Guardians. So just
Jonuts wants
poking, prodding, and
Here.
Jonuts, he did get some, but that some was some damage. He's down to about, what, like 20 health, if not even more, so
Toxins
He
free.
has this sort of fearless attitude.
15.
But
And Vanta finds one onto Kins to refrag. So now
30
coming to the
seconds left.
4 versus 4. Donut's still so low. Shadow has to start to get this plant down, but just goes for the fake. They need to bait out some of these positions, and now they're planting on
Spike
green.
planted.
Matrix able to find one onto Lich Kings and whiff shots, and here they come. Right click with the classic around the corner. Not able to find one. Hand has to rendezvous away. Now Vanta immediately sticking this defuse. He's got it to half. He might just go all the way. Hold on a minute.
Don't
One
fake.
swing
Remaining.
isn't quite good, but the fragment grenade takes him off. It is still half though. The swimmer taken out. Lexon able to lock it through. Matrix with that defuse, and the writing is on the wall now for Guardians. This is their map pick, and they've just been stalled on how to attack their A-bomb site in pistol.
It's not looking good. It really isn't.
Lexon, he's bringing the Marshall just to try and.
Well,
Actually,
you've got the
Zane's
range
bringing the Marshall as
advantage. You may as well go for it.
absolutely.
They're that
Especially
good.
on
They're that good. Does it really matter what gun they use?
I mean, especially on defense, you do have a bit more comfort bringing the Marshal, bringing the Op, bringing the Tour de Force, just because you can afford to hold down these angles, because the attackers have to come to you. If they have one Marshal in each spike site, which they indeed do, they're pretty much golden for this round. And to see Guardians pull out the Thrifty, pull out something to try and find it. And here we go, alarm bot triggered. They're going to know of this tube presence now. Svanta gets one onto Swimmer. He could be good for a second as well. Shadow peeking, not quite round the corner yet, but this kitchen position is so strong for these defenders. And he's been spotted once again, the trademark, and there we go. He's good for it. He's good for two. Jonas just finds one, and Lich King is able to find it, but Lightning with two himself. Pins trades it out. It's 1v3, but maybe 1v2, and has the spike as well. There is actually a double stack here. Pins is kind of trapped. His only option is kind of to rotate back down tube, go through mid, and try and find plant on A. Obviously, he's not going to know that.
It's like we've been saying though, these rounds with Invictum, they're winning them,
left.
but they're messy. Like, Guardians are still getting these picks they really shouldn't be. These like pistol one taps they shouldn't be getting really, and it is costing Invictum.
I would apologize to them,
But
but
there we go. Headhunter is just too good for it. It's basically the Guardian but a pistol, and shows you exactly why. Picks up the Spectre as well to head into this round. The Guardians, surely they win the bonus, right? Surely.
Surely.
Surely. 10-4. These are the scorelines we've begun to expect from Invictum. Although the rounds themselves haven't been pretty, the crucial thing is they're still winning them. And at the end of the day, a round on the board is a round on the board. Obviously, this is only map 1, so Guardians, a lot of opportunity to warm up into the series, possibly give us an entire 5 maps, but as for right now, Invictum just look too prepared, and there's just not really much information beside Guardians. Spraying back yellow despite the fact there is nobody playing there, they're just entirely playing for this retake essentially, or just to deny the plant, not really deny entry onto the bomb site. Shock darts and fragments coming through, Pin finds one, the Matrix, Spectre in hand, is able to get something in return. That's Jonuts going down, so the Savior, and the Sheriff not quite good for it. Shadow takes them. You do still have these Marshals from long range, can be so deadly. Headshot will pretty much take someone down. Aldrone is well taken out, so no intel really being gathered, and Lexon has that Headhunter in hand. And Recon, well, that could have been something. The Guardians now, what do? Do you continue to stick A, to stick B? You've only got 35 seconds left of the round.
30
Shadow,
seconds
though,
left.
PV4, you've got to really
one.
play this advantage now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not much point going for that rotate, that retake, and Lightning.
Oh,
Hold on, he's got him too.
Lightning, what?
He is last one alive, but he is able to find two.
Spike planted.
Into the 1v3. Remember though, he's watching this angle and he locks it off. Again, it's not clean, Joe.
It's
Both
not.
of these sides. It's so scrappy.
But hey,
And
they
this
won
is
a
why
round.
I love Xbox.
They won a round, I guess. They did something.
They did something. That's
They're
for
at least
sure.
tied for their previous meeting.
Yeah, that's true. That was on Haven, if I believe correctly. So
Charlie Mike. Let's
Now they're
move.
up against the big guns on Invictum.
yeah, this power up round, rifles coming into this.
Wall raised.
This is really the true test. This is when it truly begins. And it's up to see what can Invictum scrounge from this, and they've already got one. Guardians, they just look like they're in the dirt once again. Actually, that's my bad. It was actually on Ascent, their meeting, and that indeed is going to be the next map. So already looking towards that map number 2, which you don't really want to be saying, but at 10 to 5, you're nearing the end game. Donuts has at least found one for the Troubles, taking out Vanta, but already you have that KO gone, you have that Viper gone. Swimmer and Shadow off the board.
You're staring down a one-man disadvantage on the attack
Yeah.
against
Right.
the best team in the league by, quite frankly, a country mile. So you've
Yeah.
got to be getting some kind of miracle shot, miracle play here.
Saints Wall is at least going to delay it a little
One
bit, but
enemy remaining.
Doesn't seem like the info's really being conveyed. Jonas had no idea the wall had been
30
broken.
seconds left.
Yeah, Lich King had to just get off the plant because of that hype, the Hunter's Fury, and Kings is now spotted by the Recon Bolt, but he's found a slight angle to try and deny the intel, but Lightning's just too aware and too damn good. 11 to 5 now. And yeah, you're really looking towards Ascent now, if you're Guardians. Like, what can we pull out there? Obviously, it was a 13-5 the last time they went there. They've got to try and do something more to try and at least win that, because obviously 2-0 down, you head on to Haven. Granted, it is Guardians map pick, but I mean, so is Icebox, and looking at it, it doesn't look great. You've got a couple pistols, you've got a Marshal, and you've got some Sheriffs as well coming into this round for Guardians. This isn't great to try and deny the match point, the map point, even with this low of a buy.
Shutting them down.
They have essentially forfeited this round. They're really playing on. They're just gonna have to go for the sort of the 7-round sweep in a row after this.
Yeah, and I mean, same. Look at that. The gun skill is just absolutely ridiculous, and Lecton has popped the tour de force as well. So ultimates coming through for Invictum. They do have that lockdown as well if they want to cause a little bit of chaos. Because we've seen Guardians, they do leave it a bit late. Now it looks like they want to try and at least find something over towards B. Kins is at least over here.
Scouting out B.
Yeah, possibly to sell a fake, but no, it looks like the rotation is going to come through. And Invictum, they look like they have been reading Guardians really well so far on this defense, and it looks like it's going to continue. It's the rotation now. Yeah, defense rotation coming through. You can see now, you can see that Sage Matrix just rotating round through the
30
the
seconds left.
spawn. Here we go. That Viper Wall is going to be all the confirmation that Vanta needs. Is he going to pop that lockdown though?
Useful
Might
comes
just
up.
wait for it to get a bit low later. Matrix is able to find one.
Toxin screen
There we
down.
go. Spike does go down. But here you go. The lockdown might come through. He might be saving it for that match point round, assuming that they've got their donuts. This is such a deadly position. And he just one taps Zane, but he's called out by the tour de force of Lecton. And hold on, they're just pushing round through yellow, trying to at least lock up all of these angles. Shadow looks for one, but here we go. Tour de force, it's whiffed, and there we go, Lecton. He's just too good for it. Lich King's all on his own. And it's just not able to be done. 3 on the round for
Match
Lecton.
point.
But again,
I mean,
only 2 survive. And Guardians, they have all 5 ultimates online. If this is a round that you want to have all 5 of your ultimates, I mean, this certainly would be one. That's for sure.
I mean, we can keep sitting here and say the rounds are sloppy, they're not being won, but there's a 7-round safety net for Invictum. They can save all they want.
They can afford.
They can
They
like
can afford this.
drain these
they can
ults out of
afford-
Guardians if they want to,
Yeah.
because it's crunch time for the enemy team.
Yeah. It's squeaky bum time now for Guardians.
Knocks away.
They've got to win all of this, and no command pops as well.
First ult.
Another ult. Guardian. Kings finds one, Shadow with another, and it's just clean. It's clean. There's only 4 left alive. Stabilized as well. Swim up
Welcome to
in Shadow.
my world.
And here we go. The Viper's Pit pops as well. And they might even be able to save
Spike
the Hunter's
planted.
Fury and the Resurrects into the next round. Lexon is gonna. Oh, the Hunter's. Not the Hunter's, the Force is able to find one. Lightning takes him out. Not quite able to find the second. This is all now down to Lexon. 31 HP and green against 4 enemy players, and Kins is too good with it. 3 on the round. And they've still got, once again, the Resurrect, they've still got that Hunter's Fury that they might be able to use here in this round 19, to try and at least find something. But even then, you're looking at a round where you have the Resurrect, Viper's Pit, and Lockdown available for Invictum. And I don't know how far away, I don't think it's going to be that far away from the Tour de Force and Hunter's Fury as well.
You've got to keep in mind that it cost Guardians 3 ults, was it? To win 1 round against
3 ults.
Invictum, when
I mean,
Invictum had no ult to respond with.
Yeah.
And they've still got to win 6 more. It's just not
this
sustainable.
pistol might be a little bit helpful, but Jonas
I cannot use that.
swings onto the wrong position, tries to get the wall bang on Lightning, and he's going to be
These
called out.
cheeky
Lich King,
plays.
It's good for 1, good for 2 even. Lich King might be the savior that they need, but Headhunter in hand for Lexon is certainly a weapon that you want in this
Spike
situation.
planted.
You're in that man advantage, you've only got these pistols,
here.
and the Sheriffs as well could be so handy. The spike has been planted, and Lexon he's pulled out Lich King.
Out of charges.
3 on the round, and Vanta picks up the Operator and is now
Last
looking
player
for this
standing.
flank round the back side, but he's the only one left.
So
That's done.
It's a slow peak.
I was gonna say it's looking like Guardians' round, but
Feeding him.
Vanta. Don't feed him
Vanta's
the.
just on. Okay.
Okay,
Toys and
5 more
ornament.
rounds. Right now for Guardians, you're just looking
That
at
was a
this on a
complete
round by
save.
round basis.
That was a complete save from Invictum. They managed to take 3 rifles off the board. Like, look at the economy. It's not great. Let's have a look at these ults then.
Here.
Yeah, obviously, really far away from the other 3, having just used them, and Lightning very close to that Hunter's Fury. Lexon a bit away from the Tour de Force. Might not
Although
even
he's
get
got
to
the
use it
op,
again
so-
in this map. Yeah,
He's
has
still
the
got a big
operator.
gun. He's got a big gun to show around. Oh!
Not anymore,
the
he doesn't!
mind!
Oh, that is a little bit of overconfidence, maybe, coming out. A little bit of cockiness, you could even call it, from Invictum. Going for that play, but they have the Resurrect, so it doesn't even matter. Back up to this 5v5. And that is certainly a play where you think they're just gonna try and find something. If I go down, we can still get to that 5 versus 5.
You at the end of the day,
basically
you're gonna out
right back
cocky
where we
Jonas.
start.
And Jonas is the king of cockiness in this map. He's taken all these cheeky fights. It doesn't matter if it's heavily disadvantaged towards him. He's still going for these peaks, and he's getting a lot of the opening.
Absolutely. He was trying to see what he could find, and yeah.
Teleport
Able to find one, but again, it didn't even matter. The Resurrect comes through, and Matrix is able to claim it. Viper's Pit invested on B.
Just
Hunter's
marches
B
to the.
B. Yeah. Has to go back into that Viper's Pit, stop it from falling down.
30 seconds
Which
left.
means it's basically confirmed that the Guardians have to go A. But they found another swimmer onto Zane, so any of that healing not going to be able to come through in Shadow with one as well. Surely not. Surely they don't bring this back. Hunter's Fury now coming through from Kins, and oh, Lich King, he's so low.
right here.
Hunter's Fury finds nothing, no, not even a tag. So Invictum, even in the first one, they look like it's
Wimmer
going
with
to be
another-
possible.
oh,
Lightning with
Lightning!
2! What a transfer! But he's still got to find 2 more, and just that spike ticking ever closer, it's not going to be done. And that's only one ultimate invested, and crucially, ultimates invested from the side of Invictum as well. So, once again,
4 more rounds.
these look a bit worrying. We said, oh, they only need to find 7, they just need to find 7 in a row. And they've managed 3. And it looks like we're going to see a bit of a save
Oh,
coming through from
Oh
Invictum.
no, it's gonna be
So-
9 and 12. No.
But it might be. You never know. You never know.
Copy kill.
Oh, stop it, Matrix! Stop it.
Enemy suppressed.
It just can't be allowed. Surely. Just the aggressive peak. And he's managed to find a second! How does he keep getting away with it? How did Invictum keep getting away with it?
They
It's
just.
ridiculous. You know, we said,
It's
oh,
a
surely
slap
this
in
is
the
9
face.
12. Yeah,
It's a
but
slap
remember,
in the
they've
face
won
to
these saves before.
my expert analysis of pistol worse than
Our
gun.
spike carrier is dead.
And
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
no, not
Ow.
like this. Don't lose the map off of a pistol.
Yeah, they might lose the map with this save coming through. Crucially, though, there's not able to be any rifles obtained, which means, you know, they could still win this,
Last
but they
player
do
standing.
have the Headhunter in hand, and that's Lexon taking that one down. It's now all down to Slimmer, 1 versus 5. It would certainly be a clutch for the Aegis if he's able to pull it off. Fragment comes through, and that's going to
Got
give
the
away his
firepower.
position. He's
He's
denied
good
the
for
flawless,
one.
but the Hunter's Fury comes through, and he
Oh
hands
dear.
up.
Oh.
Oh, there it is! The
Defenders
Thrifty and
win.
the Flawless to take us through this final map.
Matrix deadlifting them through that save.
Absolutely. What a play from the team of Invictum. Off around in that final moments. This is absolutely ridiculous.
It
Lightning
just
as
shouldn't
well.
happen.
24
It really
and
shouldn't.
13. 24 and 13. ACS of 319. You have Lecton reaching 20 kills as well. So that's our first map. It's got a lot closer than it certainly should have been, especially in the situation that they were in. But I mean, winning it off of that kind of thrifty is just absolutely ridiculous. So we're going to be back with Ascent just after this. Don't miss it because I know that we're going to see some more good Valorant. Welcome back, everyone. We're just heading into Ascent now and looking at the Agent Select. We're seeing a lot of stuff that we're probably more familiar with. Zane on the Braze, Lecton on the KO, Matrix on the Astra. So, once again, it seems like we're seeing a bit of normality after the chaos that was Icebox.
Yeah, and that last map, it's gotta hurt for Guardians. That really needs a mental reset. You can't be losing those rounds. You really can't. And they really looked they had something going there at the end, but they just couldn't. They couldn't finish it. As simple as.
Yeah, and we are seeing pretty much an identical lineup here. Cade, Fade, Raze, KO, Chamber. But the difference here is instead of the Astra that Matrix is bringing along on Invictum, Guardians Lich King has opted to bring along the Omen. That hints that maybe Guardians might be looking to do a few more aggressive plays. Obviously, the Omen can be a bit more proactive in that regard. Astra is more suited to sort of holding back, doing things from afar, whereas Omen, like I said, a bit more proactive, has the paranoia, has the teleport to try and do a couple more things himself, whereas Matrix going to be assisting, using Gravity Well to stop defuses or stop plants, use the Cosmic Divide to assist with retakes and executes. So if Matrix dies early, things are probably going to fall apart for Invictus, whereas, obviously both teams, both of those agents are going to have those smokes, but
Spike down.
and Invictus pretty
We're
aggressive.
immediately losing
quite early.
3.
Guardians weren't even allowed to leave their own spawn, basically. Now it is all down to Lich King and Shadow. Shadow does find one, now taking out himself, left on KO onto KO action. The right click from the classic just not able to do it. There we go, there's another bit, he's got to reload and
Invictum throwing lives away. Not as clean as it could have been.
Yeah, that's the story once again. But, they're still winning these rounds and it's a pistol, so it doesn't really matter.
I think on the topic of the Astra versus the Omen, it says a lot about the teams. Last match, Invictum were actually playing at the man deficit quite a lot. Guardians got much more opening kills. I think it was 13 to 8 in favor of Guardians, but Invictum were still just playing sort of laid back defensively and capitalizing on the mistakes made by Guardians.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, trying to give us a bit of an insight to how those teams will play. Obviously, Invictum now have those SMGs. I just haven't opted for that Force Buy. Electron only good for one inside a cubby, and it allows Jonas to pick up that Spectre. And Matrix rushing in through the smoke. Is that Lich King is going to take him down. So mistakes now from Invictum. Uncharacteristic, you might say. A little bit over-aggressive. Now the door being shut. Spike is able to go down.
Losing that Astra early as well, as we were saying just as the match was starting.
It means that it's going to be quite a difficult position for Invictum to take this. Obviously, there's a lot of utility coming out from this fade with Lightning. No, Jonas is not able to, and Lightning good for 2 down A main.
One enemy
and
remaining.
It's just an absolute bloodbath. Kins finds 2 onto Vanta and someone else, I'm not entirely sure. And a spray down.
Next time we'll use
He's good for it. A thrifty round from Guardians, and Kins really showing up in the end there with 3. That was so incredibly close, but I mean, that puts Guardians in a really good position, actually.
Yeah, Invictum having to just go pistols, really. But
There.
and before you draw any conclusions, this is not a lost round for Invictum by any means. We've seen them do it before. We'll probably see them do it again.
Especially in round 21 of the last map to close it out as well. Although
So
they don't have
temper your
any marshals
expectations.
on hand. Yeah, they don't have any marshals on hand this time. So,
We shall see.
Away. Ascent is a bit of a bigger map than Icebox is, so things obviously going to be playing out a little bit different. Layout is going to be different as well, as we tend to expect. Guardians, despite having these rifles, Kins obviously still has that Spectre brought across from the previous round. They're still playing this cautiously.
Both teams very, very cautious.
Yeah. Victim, they still do look to be a bit more proactive. It looks like the decision has finally been made towards this A spike site for Guardians, as all 5 players now coming towards this A main area. And no one's really going mid, actually. All 5 of them, yeah, down A main. I mean, one well-placed bit of utility, or 1 or 2 even, from Invictum, and this goes entirely out the window.
Right there. 30 seconds
Slide
left.
one push.
Yeah, tree control is in control of Invictum as well, and there we go. That's what goes on. Page from Zane, pick up 2. And he's going for another. They have to fall back. They have to respect this. He's got the shorty as well. I don't know if they're going to be aware of that. They could push straight into this, and there we go. We've got 3 on the round. Make it 4. Make classic. And the rifles just fall apart. Staying with 4.
You have to ask, really,
Yeah.
what was Guardians' plan there? All bunch in the corridor against the raid. They seem like there was no plan when the inevitable utility comes at them.
BYB fam, going to Astral to do them Astral Guardian things I do.
Why? Why?
They could have been in such a good position here to be 2-1 up. Obviously, you know, they had
That'll work.
that thrifty,
Right
but
there.
Invictum answer with one of their own. Now we can see Matrix just placing those stars. Expecting maybe a bit more of an aggressive push on this save, but leaving them for later. The Odin here along that B main could be so deadly in Lightning's hands. One Haunt over the top, maybe in a Prowler,
Bring them down.
and these wallbangs could come through, and here we go. Here's the intel being gained. He knows they're in there, and there we go. He's gonna seize, actually, lock them in place. But here we go, he's actually been marked out by that Haunt. And they've all moved away. Zane, though, good for 1. Still continuing from the previous round, and the drive-by swing
He's
from
so
Jonas.
cheeky. He's so cheeky.
And he shot! Jonas, he's picked up that Odin as well.
Shutting them down.
Try and
Spike
get some.
planted.
So obviously this spike is going to be in front of those backside walls. Door not shot though, which allows a bit of a progress through back from Invictum through market. They've got 1 coming through B main as well. But this is a situation they absolutely should not be pulling off. There we go, Vanta takes out Swimmer. Obviously this is still mainly a pistol round. And Lich King's found one with a frenzy. Hold on a minute. How are they doing this? It's now 1 versus 2 for Matrix. And they're pushing back out. He might not even be aware of the position. The Prowler does not spot him. Lich King over by stairs, could be the first point of contact. Kins backside
enemy
door, and they've
remaining.
got to vacate to try and save these rifles. Matrix might be able to pick them back up, but no. A
They lose the
third
rifle.
thrifty round in a row. Back and forth, and the spike does detonate to finish that one out. 2-2 now.
But
Just-
what have we
what a
said?
map.
The story of this whole match, Floppy wins. 1 person alive there. It's just not
Yeah,
doing
but
well
I
for your
mean-
wallets.
I mean, even still though, they came into this with only pistols, the Guardians. So any win is going to be great. They managed to at least take across 1 rifle as well, and more importantly, they got that thrifty, so Invictum going to look a bit worse for wear in their economy as well. Still managed to bring across a pretty good buy
your
into this,
fear!
and Zane does have
Jonas
that
was
showstopper.
really the hero of that last round.
Oh, absolutely. That kill onto Lightning, that sight, absolutely ridiculous. The flash comes through, Kins can only do nothing but watch. Actually, he can't watch, that's the entire point of the flash, but the door does eventually go down. 5 versus 4 now, Guardians have this man advantage, and more importantly, the spike
Spike planted.
getting stuck. That's what won for Lich King. Matrix up on rafters, trying to find something, but can't really find one. Instead, it's Vanta from the other side to try and get one. Zane in from tree.
One enemy
Gets one as
remaining.
well. Matrix locks it out with 2. And now Shadow is left in this clutch situation. And here comes the cosmic divide from Matrix. That Astrand doesn't even get to fully come off before the fuse gets stuck. And again, Sloppy wins 2 brought across, but we should be looking to get at least 2 more rounds of both, at least 1 round even, of both teams having rifles.
I should play some Astral Stars.
Then
in
again,
this
I mean,
reality.
we've seen them
not.
win the pistol rounds. Money just doesn't seem to be a factor that really
Yeah, I mean,
stops
how
the
many
victim.
we saw 3 thrifty rounds in a
That's
row going
wet.
back and forth from round 2 to round 4. So
This
I mean,
is
that
a strange match, to say the least.
You want to play? Let's play.
that's for sure. All the force popped for Jonuts, but Paint Shell's going to deal a lot of damage quite early. Vanta has his popped as well. Looking down mid, but can't find anything. Smoke's just obscuring that vision from both sides. And the Prowler spots that swimmer as well. Look at how aggressive Lecton is here. Up into top mid. And Matrix is found 2. The flash through Nightfall
One
as well.
enemy remaining.
Swimmer's good for 1, but that's the only one that he's going to get. That's the only kill that Guardians are going to get. What a round from Invictum, but a lot of ultimates invested as well. Tour de Force didn't really find much use. Nightfall as well.
Yeah, tour de force from both sides really didn't see much action at all.
Should I play some stars in this reality?
All of those Vandals. Stars of the show, and Matrix with 2 at the start.
Matrix
Definitely an
really.
explosive player. And yeah, Zane and Matrix at the top like we've been seeing all season. And
As we said, Matrix, the hero of last map, really came in clutch in that
Yeah.
final round. And that
Absolutely.
momentum is still going. Jonuts he wants some yet again.
He's trying to gain that intel. Knows that he's been shot out from mid, but the smoke through from his teammate Lich King going to mean that Vanta can't quite get that angle, allow for a bit of the progress forwards. But really, there's not much intel gains. They know that they're mid, and the flash does not nearly do enough. Shadow, though, the Phantom does. Now, once again, Invictum are down in that man count early. 40 seconds gone, 60 remain.
At that point, Vanta
But
was
Zane-
really just he was playing to die. He was in a
Yeah.
hell in a cell spot.
Powerless.
The null command actually comes through from Shadow. He's taken out immediately, and here we go. This is what we've been talking about. Lich King, though, does manage to teleport onto the spike
Last
site.
player standing.
With the spike as well, but he's the only one left as Shadow gets finished. Paranoia does come through. It's going to mean that they can't really be... Oh, he's teleporting right into the waiting arms of Lightning. And that's a post plant you don't really want to see. Ultimate invested and nothing comes from it too, actually, from Guardians.
They just
Zane,
explode
one
into
step
life,
closer.
don't they?
Love explosions.
They really do. The man advantage doesn't really matter, it seems like. They just managed to get 2-3 kills in that mid round. And it's just all up from there. Look, Zane, 1 away from that showstopper. Matrix is 1 away from the Cosmic Divide as well. And the side of Guardians are not really close to any ults apart from Swimmer's showstopper himself. I mean, you're looking towards those duelists, especially Swimmer, to have a bit more of an impact. 1 and 7 so far when you're playing the Rays.
Yeah, and they've
That
only
really
got
doesn't seem
pistols
great.
now. So it's looking to be a 6-2.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you say that. How many times? Yeah. Invictum, they just seem to be in their element now. Zane, he's picked up 2. Paint Shell's going to force him back, has to satchel away. Swimmer does still have that showstopper. I'll mark you. And Vanta, it's just not looking great for
One enemy
Guardians
remaining.
as Vanta finds
Flawless.
one himself, and it's flawless round.
Matrix just celebrating on point there. Knows his team have got it covered.
Yeah. It's not looking great for
I got enough
Guardians
time to
here,
go into
because
the
obviously
astral form.
if you're down 2 maps, including losing your first one in that kind of fashion when it's your own map pick as well. Coming into Haven map 3, which I know I'm already talking about it seems really early, but with the role that Invictum seem to be on right now.
This should do.
Remember, last time these two teams played here, it was 13-5. That was in the group stage. And Invictum, they had that first map to warm up, and Zane is definitely warm. He's scolding even. Finds two, one with the paint shells down over on the site, and Shadow spotted out now by the Haunt. He's got that overall, but it's consolation. But Jonuts could at least be some sort of shining light, some guiding figure for Guardians in this round.
This is the Zane we're used to seeing in groups. This is the sort of star player.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
he would. I think we can definitely say he was missing for the first half of Icebox, but he's here and he's making a statement.
Here we go. Jonuts is just going to peek with the op, not able to find one, and he knows the positions of some of these remaining players. He knows there's one marker, he knows there's one CT. But Zane, he's good for 3 on the round, still possibly even looking for that ace, and he does have that showstopper, which means if things really do get dire, then he could do that. Lich King does find Vanta. Lightning, though, is good for 1, left. But it means Lich King, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. What can he find? What can he do?
Nothing.
Answer?
It's getting better for Invictum. These rounds are looking cleaner.
Icebox, bit of a warm-up. And now they are raring to go. 16-4. If you include the KDA, it's actually a 5 KDA. 5.0 KDA for Zane right now.
Yeah, he's back. And
here we go. The first timeout, actually, I think, of...
This has got to be a mental thing. This has got to be a mental reset. It doesn't really seem like the strategy.
Possible.
The strategy is not really at fault. It's more Invictum are just hitting those shots, and Guardians aren't. So you really just got to calm your team down.
Yeah. Hold the momentum of Invictum. Get a bit calmer. Get into the right state of mind. But I mean, they're coming into this once again with pistols. So no, 3 in a row is still possible. How many thrifties do we see in the first half of this half?
Right there.
You know, looking towards that round 2, round 4. Saw thrifties.
Back when this map was looking a lot more competitive.
Yeah. Actually, both of Guardians rounds have been thrifty rounds, where they've been in that disadvantage from a weaponry position.
Could say something about Invictum's overconfidence in those rounds.
Possibly, yeah, because they seem to be a lot better, and more importantly, they're still the same kind of confidence, but they're now hitting their shots, they're able to back it up, and the knife once straight away, just denying the utility here from Jonuts. He cannot teleport away with that rendezvous.
Really hinders his mobility though, as Chamber. He can't go for those sort of very confident peaks that he has been going for.
That's the utility that KO provides, and you know, Ascent is a really good map for that. Here we go. Boombot, though, now coming into tree, going to provide a little bit of intel. Spots that one. Lich King, though, here we go. This is it. These are the eco rounds that are somehow being won. The flash connects onto Zane. Fragment as well, but he's able to satchel out of there. Boombot comes through as well, but not able to find one. It's a 4 versus 4 coming into the second half of this round. Vanta not able to find one through the smoke. Tree control firmly in the hands of Guardians. And what a kill from Swimmer.
Spike planted.
Yeah. 3 versus 4, Spike down.
The pistol round curse. The save curse.
Although you do have the showstopper in the hands of Zane. Could possibly try to use it in this round to try and do something, and here we go. Actually no. That is indeed Swimmer's showstopper. He's going to try and fire it up towards heaven, and he's found one. Shadow with another as well, and it's all down to Vanta. He's able to get one with that operator. It's not the weapon you want in these kind of clutches, but he's still definitely able to make it work. We've seen what Vanta can do, but there's just no time, Joe. Spike.
Save it.
Save it. Progressed. Save the op. Get out of dodge.
Thrifty.
Another thrifty round. Lich King goes down, but it doesn't really matter at that point. You're one step closer to that ultimate, and you probably only have a classic anyway, let's be honest. Really intelligent play.
An interesting round. Let's just say, Hopefully,
unfortunate disconnect, so might see a bit of a pause come through. Yeah. Game, just gonna see.
A gift.
Hopefully Jonuts can get reconnected here.
I mean, if he doesn't, that's heartbreaking for Guardians, especially after that thrifty. All momentum halted.
All set up.
Jonuts, his game just crashed, but it looks like he is reconnecting shortly, so once... Yeah, looks like he's all back in, back ready. Both of these teams are all good, so just gonna
Does anyone have
resume
fun?
back where we were.
Guardians really sort of getting away with daylight robbery there with that round.
Yeah, another thrifty. All three of their rounds, Joe, have been those saves, which is ridiculous to say because they've
Face
only
your
got 3 rounds. And here we go.
Very aggressive. from
Showstopper
Invictum.
is popped from Zane. It's not able to find anything that ult.
Invictum not happy about losing that. All on the offensive.
Absolutely. And they're all converging already. These early rotations from this defensive side over
Spike
towards A
planted.
because Kins got into the bomb site and that plant is already down. Glass broken, so to deny that and some sprays through the floor. Not quite able to connect, but damage still done. In this 5 versus 5 post plant, with paint shells, not quite the
enemy
same
remaining.
arc. And where has this come from Invictum?
Invictum come
It's
alive
all
yet
down
again.
to Swimmer, and he can't do it. What a round! What on earth was that?
Out of charges.
All systems restored.
It's flawless.
Flawless.
How?
That was fun.
They're just better.
How?
It's simple as
Last
they're
round
just
in the
better.
lab.
Where did that come from? Okay, so I'm just gonna interject here, Joe. I don't know if you're not as familiar with Valorant as other FPS titles, but are you aware of a certain curse in Valorant to do with a scoreline at the half?
A
And
9 and a 3 by chance.
a 9 and a 3, and if you take a look at the top of the screen, do you believe in
Am I a believer of the 9 and
Curses
3
like that?
curse? I'll have to see it with my own eyes, I'm afraid. That's my response. I'll have to see it with my own eyes, so come on, Guardians.
Yeah, obviously this round isn't over yet. It could yet be an 8-4 half. But
Jonuts wants it,
overall-
and he gets it.
Jonuts! But Lecton, on the flank through B lobby, is able to find one, and he's got the flash as well, but not quite able to find the kills. And Banter
Nice from
with
Banter.
one.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Lightning still trying to block off that
Last player
rotation! See that! Runs in through the door, but Lightning now, operator in hand, has to try and win this 1 versus 2. Guardians, they've got a bit of a lease of life.
I'll find
It's
you.
round 12, but is it a bit too late? Doesn't know about the hell position. Swimmer, just so careful. Just did not reveal his position. Shadows locked it
Nice
off
double
anyway.
peek.
8-4 at the half. And I like to say, wonderful double peek.
Switching sides.
Swimmer, not giving
You're
that
going to
away that
scatter from
position
my
too
stuff.
early.
Super easy to
Very
rip off.
intelligent, very smart play from
Well,
Guardians.
No
Make
9-3
this
curse
pistol
Some
a
today.
must
Astro
win.
stars in this reality.
Yeah. This pistol, like again, once again, is a must-win for Guardians. We said it on Icebox when they were down 8-4. I'm gonna say it the same here.
Right
Swimmer still putting up a bit of a lackluster performance on the kill department.
Absolutely. Has woken up a little bit though. In towards the second half of that. So
But they need more.
certainly still all to play for, but I agree they do need more.
Where are you?
And it's going to be up to Guardians to show us that, to show us more, because honestly, it hasn't been the greatest from them so far. 8-4 half again for Invictum, and this time they're going on to the attack. And Ascent, it can go either way, to be honest. It's not really as definitively one-sided as you would say a map like Icebox is, for example. But even still, I mean, being 8-4 up is still a healthy advantage that you want to have.
Absolutely.
Right now, Invictum not really doing too much. Finally, we have the push coming in, and it's all at once again.
Oh,
They're just so explosive. Swimmer with 1, but that's all he's going to get. Zane locks it out with a 2-4 man advantage now, and Shadow possibly doesn't even know about Vanta. And then, oh, he swatted the headhunter.
He misses the
It's
first.
a freebie. He missed the first, but it doesn't even matter. Vanta just had absolutely no idea. 2 versus 3 now. It's certainly doable. Jonuts does have the Headhunter in hand as well.
Teleport's
It's
ready.
such an insane weapon for clutch moments like this. But despite it is
Get
ticking.
one.
What a shot from Jonuts! It's absolutely
One
unreal.
enemy remaining.
The flash comes through as
Stop
well.
it.
Fantastic! How
Stop
is he
it.
doing this?
Jonuts!
Jonuts! What a play! He's able to get the diffuser as well to fuse the spike, and I don't believe it. I actually don't believe my eyes. What was that? 3 or 4 kills. And Guardians, they win the pistol somehow.
Jonuts just deadlifts them through that retake.
Was that?
That's a good spot.
Check him PC, man. Check him PC.
Check him, PC. Oh my god.
Okay, Invictus, don't let it get to you. Or Invictum, sorry. Invictum.
Okay, another tech pause coming through. Not too sure what the issue is, but as soon as that's sorted, obviously get back to the game.
Yeah, so Invictum have really got to just not let that get to their heads. They lost a round they should have won, and that can really sort of damage your morale. And we need to see if, first off, if how badly this affects Invictum, and if Guardians can actually sort of continue to propel themselves with that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Invictum won the first pistol, weren't quite able to win the second round. So hopefully for Guardians, they're able to have this more traditional sort of trajectory when it comes to the round counts. Winning this, obviously winning the second round.
In the second, and there's only a 2-round gap between them. So it's actually,
Yeah.
it's closer than it might seem.
And then you do have that bonus. Obviously, after that. Swimmer does have the Ares in hand, trying to find some sprays. There we go, Jonuts.
Again.
Once again. And he spotted the second as
Oh.
well. Not quite able to land a shot onto Lightning. The Haunt gonna spawn him out. He has to TP away there. He's still got this impressively long angle, which isn't great when you're coming up against the pistol, for the pistol player at least. Especially with this Marshal in hand. Victim just have to stall out a little bit. Obviously, we've seen them be slow and methodical, but when they go, it's just so explosive, and that could possibly be a bit of a start for them. Onto this site, Lich King, though, shuts it down onto Lecton.
Can't land the follow-up.
Yeah. Victim just a little bit too separated to make that push work, and it was just a bit of a heads-up play to try and get some sort of entry, but it doesn't come through. Vanta does have the
good for
headhunt,
one.
and it's just so powerful in this situation. A bit of a whiff shot on the Marshal in Jonuts' hand.
Jonuts
is
again.
just too good. 3 versus 2 now coming into this post plan, and once again, you would favour Invictum in the situation, especially they have this Ares in hand.
Player standing.
What can he find? He's able to find one swing on the Sheriff, but Shadow in the meantime does take out Zane and Jonuts. Once again, dragging Guardians, kicking, screaming into these round wins, even if it seems like they don't want to. He's able to get this and pass it, just trying to get one step closer to that sort of force. Yes, Swimmer.
It's just a fantastic display so far from Jonuts.
Oh, absolutely.
He-
You know, this
he goes for these sort of very aggressive plays and still makes them work. Even nine times out of 10, those situations you just die. Simple as.
That post plant in the pistol, like, what were those shots with the headhunter?
Yeah.
Man? I still can't believe that. We were
He
like
just has
two
the
on
confidence to
two
go
hands
for them.
All set up.
Yeah. Absolutely, and here we go. Early pressure once again. Prowlers, they kind of do a bit of a trade, and Zane picks up 2.
Mows him
That's
down.
a bit where the confidence is kind of a bit of a danger. Lightning as well. So possibly not a thrifty this time. They're completely locked out of this B1 site. The spike should hopefully start to go down, and that is 2 players
Last
just
player
completely
standing.
demolishing the defense. Matrix locked it out as well. And it's a flawless round. Obviously, that is the bonus. You do kind of expect to be winning that, but that was just so clean. And 6-9 now.
Yeah, flawless. The
Guardians coming
polar
into this-
opposite of the type of round wins we were seeing in Icebox.
I should
Yeah.
probably place some
Invictum
stars in the
coming
astral
into this
plane.
bonus. Guardians are going to have those rifles as well. Not bonus, power up rounds. They're going to have both teams with these rifles. So I think Jonuts might actually have the tour de force online. Indeed, he does. So only bringing a classic in through to this one. There we go. It has been popped.
And notably
And
last
watch
time.
from mid.
Last time he didn't see
And
much use, but
oh,
immediately.
What a swing.
Taking
The
that
free
back,
fire,
need
the
that
spray
back.
from Fanta gives away his position, and it's just perfect for Jonuts to capitalize.
I'll find you.
What a player this chamber has been so far for Guardians. A shining light, but obviously that is not to discredit the rest of the players. We've seen Kins do so much, Swimmer and Shadow as well. And there we
Jonas
go.
again.
Speaking of Swimmer, there he is, Jonas again. That sort of pause is just so deadly. And Kins now on stairs is flashed out but can still do so much. Obviously can't use his utility anymore. And he's just going back through lane even. In no position.
Plant is fake.
Just spray through, not quite there. Lecton finds one onto Lich
One
King.
enemy
This is
remaining.
still clutchable. 2 versus 2, make that 1 versus 2. But it's now all down to Kins. And he's not even able to find one. 10-6, double digits from Invictum. And things are starting to run away for them once again. This snowball starts to run down the hill.
Now that you see that's
This is-
around. Invictum on the other side of a clutch like
Should I
that.
place some
They're
stars
they're
in
really
this
in no
reality?
position to be
Right
really
there.
winning that, but Guardians just feed them the 1v1s.
Yeah. Once again, you know, we've said it. Guardians, they've managed to keep it close, but things just seem to be running away from them once again.
Right
And once
there.
again, like at the start of the half, it's now a 4-round deficit.
Still doable. Still doable, and they had a little bit of a streak going before.
Difficult to come back again. Jonuts. Another entry onto Vanta. Not able to find anything on this attacking half. The leg thumb. KO to KO, and then Chamber onto
Face
Chamber.
your fear!
It's just battle of the monsters and the doppelgangers. And there's just so much utility being pumped onto this site. So many ultimates used.
Spike planted.
What can Jonas find? What can the rest of Guardians find? It's 4 versus 4. But the health is notably much better for the side of Guardians, but obviously this positioning
I'm
in
still
post
pulling
time
them in.
is going to be so difficult to come up against.
We'll catch them.
We're going to see some pressure from Rafters, some pressure from Tree. Swimmer able to find one from that Rafters position. I just realised this is another save and they've managed to at least do this, which is ridiculous. Kins with one as well.
Last player
They
standing.
does block it off,
One
and
enemy
Lightning
Lightning.
locks it out. It's a 1 versus 2, made it 1 versus 1. By the fade, and he locks it out. It's not clean, but it's managed, and it's another round on the board for Invictum. But once again, that was kind of their save round. They were coming into that with Sheriffs and Classics and the like, so...
But yet
yeah,
again,
into
it's another round.
18.
It's another round
Into
where
round 18.
Guardians, where Guardians get that opening pick, and Invictum are like, all right, we'll just go kill someone else then,
Yeah.
and bring it back. They really do not care about being a man down at the start of the round at all.
It's just such a powerful mentality, such a powerful presence as well that
Bring them
Invictum
down.
have.
Oh, I think Jonas is
Their
going for something there.
their reputation obviously precedes them, and Rimmer actually the first one able to get that kill.
Here.
He's blown up a little bit by the boom bot, but we're seeing a full rush of A here from Invictum. Lightning, the only one left behind, and he's still able to find one, but the site
Jonas
is
gets the
in the
trade.
control of Invictum. Matrix gets one, but here we go, 2 versus 3. Invictum, man down. They lost
Spike
2 on the
planted.
site entry, but more importantly, they now
They've
have
dug
this
themselves
control.
into A.
They now have this spike. They now have an equal man count, Joe.
Not again. Not another one. Not another one
Rimmer,
where they're just...
Showstopper
One enemy remaining.
doesn't quite get him, but the Phantom is certainly good enough. Matrix does not, actually does have 1 star left. Jado just trying to bait this plant. The double swing, it's not quite able to come through.
Try again.
That's a round.
Make me a bit nervous there, Guardians.
Glad they won. Oh, it was certainly looking close. But they should be glad they won that, because fairly equal round, they come out of it, and they get some more of these ults online.
Zane on 22 kills.
Yeah. If you even ignore the assists, his KDR is 2.0. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's just bonkers.
It honestly is. Lecton's got a 2.0 KDA as well, so this isn't just one man. And that's the thing with Invictum. While Zane has always been the star fragger, this MVP, it is entirely a team effort.
Yeah, he was missing for the first half Icebox, but his team were still winning those rounds. Still got
Yeah,
an
and it
8-4
was still
split.
an 8-4 half. Yeah. Again, it's another quick entry towards this A spike
Bring
site.
them down.
Shado with the first, Jonut's another.
One enemy
Matrix does
remaining.
manage to get one, but
Spike
Lich
down
King's cleaned
A.
up 2, and that's all down to Lightning pushing into retreat. He's got 4 kills to find. It looks like there might be a double swing. No! Shado's not aware, but still managed. What? Lightning has just been fed kills. He is farming, but he's not aware of the
Finally
positions
taken
of
out.
Guardians. Yeah. It's looking close.
Taking 2 with you though, that's very good.
Yeah.
It's gonna hurt
Operator
Guardians
transferred to
in the
Jonas.
long run, especially. That's gonna hurt them.
Yeah. And bear in mind, 4 rounds needed for Guardians
here.
to secure OT. 5 needed to win the map, and 2 needed from Invictum. 1 good round from them, and they've basically done it. And look at the buyer coming in from Invictum. They're in this thrifty, so you know, they've got these sabers, so they might even win this one. So many ultimates though, Nightfall and Tour de Force, and once again it's such a quick entry. The Boombot takes out Zane, however. Lich King has teleported down to the backside to try and give a little bit more support. Lightning
Last player
does have
standing.
one.
Spike.
It is
down
all
B.
on Kins. He's managed to find 3, and Matrix, he's stunned out due to the paranoia. Make it 4 for Kins, and that could have easily gone horribly. Look, the amount of ults that were invested there from Invictum.
A gift.
And once again, Guardians, they make it a little bit closer, a little bit further away from a damaging loss. And
When you're on Guardians, you just gotta
Here.
think about it round by round. Don't focus on what's happened.
Absolutely.
Don't focus on map 3 round by round. That's the only way you come back from these big deficits.
absolutely. And the credit's certainly now very much in their favour. And this time it's not as explosive from Invictum. They tried a couple really fast pushes. It hasn't worked out for them, so they're going back to a slow, methodical approach. But that's going to leave just enough time for Jonuts to sweep in, take down Lightning, fade off the board now for Invictum.
Kins gets the second. And suddenly, once again, it's looking like... Oh! Matrix tries to shut down by Jonuts. It is looking like a Guardians round yet again. And then Vanza just goes and kills one.
Vanza though, keeping it close.
You can never
Through.
call them out.
Found 2 of them with the knife as well. Can never call them out. And Spike's still
I
an
have the
attack
spike.
spawn. Vanta now has it, but Lexon, control of this A site. He doesn't really want to close the door just yet until he knows that his teammates are ready, and he's found
That's
one
a
onto Lich King.
critical kill.
Joe, they might be able to do this.
30 seconds left.
Just
Hammer
might.
comes down, and Vanta, he's so blind, but
Spike
he's
planted.
just planting the spike. It doesn't really matter in that situation. He's not able to find anything either. Knife from
Jonat's
comes
suppressed, so
out,
he has to
finds
commit to a gunfight.
yeah,
One
he can't
enemy
use his
remaining.
mobility,
Last
and he's
Gets
good for
one.
the swing. He's not able to find the
One-
second. Headhunts
1v1.
are now available, and it is a 1v1.
Who's gonna win the chamber death? Vanta and
Vanta
Jonat. Vanta retreats.
taking position backside in hell. This is for all of the marbles, and Jonas has to at least get it to half, which he does. And he's ready for the swing, he claims it. Is there enough time though? I don't know if there is, but he locks it out.
Absolutely, Jonat.
Plenty of time.
Once
Man of
again,
the
it's
moment.
it's always this man. Always.
He is always Jonas. Man of the moment, man of the hour.
That's a good spot.
And suddenly,
Bringing
one round
Guardians back
separates
from the-
them.
Yeah, bringing Guardians back from the brink of destruction.
Perfect.
Things note, Zane has been quiet for the past 3 rounds, so they really
Yeah.
need. Oh, these
Absolutely.
players
Jonas
have
as well,
been
catching up
asleep
in that kill
recently.
department.
Yeah,
Jonas is
Jonas,
catching up in kills as well.
he breaks the 20 kill barrier.
You can note heavy presence for Invictum just in this B lobby, trying to find something once again methodical, slow. We've seen their B pushes, we've seen how explosive they can be. The haunt comes through, gets destroyed, and the paint shells not doing any damage. There we go. It spots him out. It's been destroyed. He knows that they're going to be down there. Swimmer with one. But Lexon, ult online, manages to get that refrag. Now, the agents here of
Ken's in a
Guardians,
very
they are going to
difficult
be
spot.
suppressed. Yeah, Kins is in such a tricky position. This could be map point.
Spike planted.
Knocked out for Invictum. It's got to be a 4 versus 4 retake. Joe Nuts with this operator, not really the weapon you want in this situation. He's not quite able to find one. Nightfall through from the side of Guardians. That is Kins. There's a sense of start to come through. Lich King and Joe Nuts both with one. And it's the double
Looks
swing
away at the wrong
onto
moment.
Lexon, and it is all down to Vanta. And he knows he kind of just has to save this. Tries to go for the wallbang, manages
He
to
gets
find it, but it got half. And Joe Nuts now
Joe Nuts
certainly
is
going to be
there.
able to knock this one off. Vanta can't get it done. 11 to
And
11
for good
now,
measure,
and
he
he's
takes him
taken
out.
Taken off the board.
Only room for one chamber here. It's Jonuts. It's been Jonuts the entire map.
Absolutely. He's been absolutely on top of things, and here we go. Timeout coming through from Invictum might be a little bit late, and they want to secure these last 2 rounds because this could be a crushing defeat here on Ascent. Or Joe, we might even see overtime.
We might. This
And if
was
we see-
the revenge
obviously-
pick from Invictum.
Yeah.
Here.
Invictum, they beat Guardians 13 to 5 in that group stage in that regular season on this map, and they just beat obviously 13 to 8 on their own on the map pick of their opponent. Guardians might be looking to come back with a bit of a subversion of expectations of their own, picking up their opponent's map pick. And obviously, if this does get to 1v1, 1-to-1, then we definitely know that we're going to be seeing bind.
Hmm.
And even then, you kind of throw on the possibility, might we even see Breeze?
You can't let this get to your head if you're Invictum. You've flubbed a 4-round lead, and now we're all drawn up. You can't let it get to your head. That's what this timeout is. This timeout is to sort of stem the bleeding and be like, right,
A gift.
Yes, and also stop
What's
the
happened
momentum,
has happened.
Crucially,
Yeah.
stop the momentum from Guardians. Just put a little bit of break, apply some breaks, halt just a little bit, to try and find something. And they are coming in with this pistol,
All set up.
which means we've seen them in Thrifties before. But looking at how you expect Valorant to be played, do you expect these outcomes to turn out? Guardians might even have the map point here, Joe. which is crazy to think about.
They
when
might.
You see where they were.
Jonas misses that shot though. It takes a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, Fragment coming out, and Shadow just has to fall back. He manages to destroy the Prowler actually, but there's just so much being thrown at him, all of this utility. And Jonas, what
Jonas.
kills through the smoke? He's not able to find the second
Vanta
one.
gets his revenge.
Let's play.
Headhunter, and he's actually popped the Tour de Force now.
Spike
Vanta.
planted.
Such a strong post-plant position here for Invictum, but they still are in this man's advantage. Crucian, still mostly Sheriff. And Shadow takes out Matrix. Obviously, Vanta does still have that Tour de Force. And Lightning manages to find one. Hold on a minute.
Where are you?
It's all down to the last two players on Guardians, obviously. Shadow is taken out and perfect played in that post-plant.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, still able to
Match
find one
point.
though. And Shadow goes down as well because of the stabilization. Once again, it's not a clean round, but unbelievably, from 6 rounds in a row, Guardians are up on map point.
We might just have a series on our hands.
We came into this being like, oh, Invictum, they've probably got this easy. They've smashed everyone
Their
all
fears
season.
betrayed them.
Rio, no sweat.
You are divided.
Now look
Olivia.
at this, we're at least seeing
Pulling
overtime.
them in.
Matrix going to invest that Cosmic Divide. And it's a very quick push here onto B. Showstopper coming in from Zane. Trying to at least find one. He's going to fire it back sight, it looks like, and it indeed does find Swimmer. But the trade with the paint shells comes through. And what a perfect fake as the spike now comes in onto that beast, onto the A site even. Being
Spike
played
planted.
perfectly, but Invictum, they're still in that man disadvantage despite the ults invested.
We've seen this so many times before. Invictum trailing in the numbers, but just like that, they snap into life, get 2-3 kills,
On this
immediately turn the
second
tide
half in
around.
these post plants, it hasn't quite been able to come through for them. Tour de Force from Jonas popped, not quite able to find anything through the smoke, just some blind sprays, and Vanta's good onto Shadow.
Vanta's
This is
good for
looking
2.
like overtime, Joe. He's found 2. Now, the defusal has to come through. Knife just to suppress, but nothing found. Fragment onto that spike as well. Pushes Jonas
One enemy
off, forces him into this angle, and Lepton's good for 1. Matrix with the second. And once again, it is overtime. 12 to 12,
Switching sides.
and we're going to see Invictum back
Overtime.
on their defense, where they did so well at the start of this. Guardians, they weren't quite able to get that 7 in a row, but they're still in with a chance.
Yeah, and the Invictum, the first half for Invictum was phenomenal, but they look like 2 separate teams now. It really wasn't just the side. They're just not hitting their shots. They're not playing as well as a team as they were in the first half. We're seeing a lot more isolated 1v1s, and that's really just a sort of roll of the dice.
That 24th round,
I am
that
with
round
you.
24, the one we just saw,
are strong.
a glimmer, a bit of hope. We
Catch
might
them.
see what we saw in that first half from them. It was a bit of a return to form. And once again, it's early aggression. Guardians, they're just holding back. They know this game now. They've played 12 rounds against it. They know what's going to be coming through, but obviously now they're on the attack. They're the ones that have to make this progress. They can't just sit and wait for Invictum to push them forever because they only have those 100 seconds of the round and 30 of them already been burnt. Looks like it's going to be a lot of pressure here on A. All 5 players down A main coming through. Lich King with some smokes, trying to find something. Paranoia as well. The knife just not quick enough to deny that, but it does stunt the progress. These smokes coming through. Just wild sprays. HP looking a bit worse for wear on Invictum, but there's only so much time. There's only 30 seconds, and there's not really enough time to go for a rotate now. They have to commit to this
30
A
seconds
push.
left.
Looks like Invictum might have map point once again.
So yeah, that Guardians don't look too sure themselves of what they want to do.
No, there's only
Bring
20
them down.
seconds.
They've really got to make a move now. Matrix gets 1.
10 seconds
Swimmer
left.
responds.
Swimmer
Kins
enters
as well
onto
as
the site.
Jonas.
Kins as well, Jonas!
Oh,
Hold on a minute, Joe.
Last
Hold on
player
a second.
standing.
We've seen Invictum do that so many times before, but now they're on the opposite side.
Taste of their own medicine, you could say.
Absolutely. Zane in the 1v3. Clears the angle, no one there. And look at Guardians, they're just so laid back.
It's just all too easy for Guardians at that point.
Switching sides. Match point.
Once again, Guardians up on this map point.
Invictum might have let it slip.
Yeah, especially as, you know, they lost. They
I mean,
lost
it seemed
attacking round.
it seemed unimaginable in that first half, but
losing that defensive round really could have done it. We've seen 8-4 hearts on the defense both times, and now Guardians are here once again. It could be a 14-12, or we might go into another round of OT.
Jonas wants to end it now.
To go there. He wanted to
Good
end now.
for
It's
two.
down to seconds. It's unbelievable. Chamber diff and Jonas once again on top. Zane now pushing down Cubby into tree. What can he find?
But he shut down Jonas. Third on the round.
It's all down to Matrix. 1 versus 3. What can he do?
Hero of the first map.
Play side control. He has the spike. But he's going to go aggressive. He's going to go searching. And he's not able to find it. Literally,
my.
It out.
The comeback.
Oh my. 14-12. On that second map, Joe. It's unbelievable.
This is the nightmare situation for Invictum. First map they've dropped in the whole league.
Yeah.
And on their own pick, so just to add salt to the wound.
Absolutely. I mean, it did still go to overtime. Still competitive. A lot closer than their victory. But even still, a map win is a map win. We've got about another pause, a bit of a break for you. Get some drinks, get some snacks, because we've got Haven coming up next. And, well, I mean, I've seen Invictum on Haven and just certainly not going to want to miss it. So stick around on the stream. We'll see you back in a few. Welcome back, everyone. We're now on to Haven in this best of 3, and I'm so excited by what I'm seeing because we're seeing Swimmer once again bring along the neon on this map, Joe.
Yeah, I'm still shocked at last map, to be honest. That was a comeback by definition. That Guardians were really up against the wall, especially after map 1, but they really turned it around map
And
2, and
first
this
half as well.
could be the turning point in the series.
What was it? It was 11-6 for Invictum, and then Guardians got it to 12, just not able to find that last round. They still won it in overtime, so you know, just keeping things a little bit close, a little bit dangerous, just to
And it's going to be interesting to see how Invictum actually deals with losing, because this is a team that's not lost a map in the whole league. So we're going to have to see how mentally resilient they are after this.
Yeah, this has been their closest set of games so far, because obviously in their semi-final they lost Haven, they won Haven 13-9, but then they had a 13-4 win on Bind. So once you, like you said, the first time they've actually lost a map this entire season, and you know, could certainly be dangerous for them. Guardians starting us out on the attack, and this is really where we're going to see that neon shine from Swimmer. He was a bit slow in the start of last map, but woke up near the end. We want to see just full power, full speed ahead from him, and Kings is already sent down to 50 HP with the Sheriff.
Yeah, maybe not the start you really want for Kins. You want to be getting that opening pick nice and clean.
No.
Insane shuts down Swimmer. Swimmer gets a little bit over aggressive.
Yeah, obviously that's the thing with that neon. You try and get those entries by being very fast, by trying to get that, but you obviously also need that structure in to refrag you, and in that instance, just not quite enough. Vanta still holding out over onto C. So good positions from Invictum. They're not really too spread out. They're not also too packed together. Perfect, as we
very
can see.
passively.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they really need to do. Guardians need to peek into them. They've found the C site. And Invictum can be playing for this retake, but look at the HP from them. You have certainly Zane and also Matrix as well on that low HP. And they're flashed out as well. 4 versus 3 now as Vanta finds one, traded back again by Kings. Ghost comes through from Lightning, and there is only one left for the side of Guardians. That is going to be Lich King. He's found one in the 1v2, and he's found the second as well. Takes out Zane to really just rub salt in the wound for Guardians, because they found the pistol due to a clutch.
Yeah, nearly a nice retake from Invictum, but Lich King really shut down those hopes by the end.
Right clicks with the classic are just so strong when used correctly, and I think that just goes to show it. Sheriffs couldn't do now against the Omen of Guardians.
Coward, run.
And that's quite a fun spray. Little duck just running across, but anyway. Shadow, good for one. Zane finds first kill onto Swimmer. Once again, Joe not so with the Bulldog is able to find one, and Lexon's in such a difficult position. This position has been noted, well it certainly has now. Shadow locks it out, and 3 alive. It's certainly going to get a little bit dangerous if they lose any more, especially when you come into this economy with credits coming into the next round. Lightning could really
a lot
get
of
a lot of
early round chaos, but Invictum not really getting it done at all. 3v1, 3v none, Lich King, once again, final kill.
And that's the thing, for Guardians, we've really seen different players step into the limelight in each map. Obviously, we've seen Jonuts as be sort of like an overbearing presence, but if I just look over at that first map, we can see actually Shadow was up the top there of the scoreboard, and then obviously in map 2 we saw Swimmer sort of come into his own a little bit, Kins as well, and now it's Lich King's time in the sun. He's already 3-0 after round 2, and he's looking to just continue that. Obviously, coming into this bonus, it's going to be a bit more difficult for Guardians to find something, but if they do, that's pretty much 4-0 confirmed. But obviously, it is so difficult. Panther finding one onto Jonas, because obviously those rifles just hit so hard.
Yeah, and Jonas in yet another opening engagement, this time on the losing side.
Spike planted.
So this is a very aggressive play we've seen throughout this series.
Oh, and Matrix is able to find that. Doesn't check the angle initially, but starting to see the collapse now. Such low HP from Vanta and Matrix as well.
I'll find you.
So it's certainly doable,
Still
especially
waiting.
with some of these Bulldogs on board and Spectres as well on the close angle. And
remaining.
Swimmers is able to find one, but that's the only one that Guardians can find. Great retake aided by the advantage in weaponry. So now we head into this power-up. This is the first round where things really do start to get up here because both of these teams will have those rifles coming into this round 4.
Yeah, Invictum stopped the bleeding, and now they have a chance to even it up. As long as, of course, they can win this round. Both teams on even footing in terms of weaponry. You would favour Invictum here just because of their record overall. But we will have to see before we make any assumptions, because many of the assumptions we've made so far have proven to be wrong.
Cover going out.
Careful here.
In this 5 versus 5, Itch King is getting that spike advantage. Jonas, it's just all going Guardians in the kill feed. Only one kill found, that's Lightning, but in the end it doesn't really matter. 3-1 lead now, Guardians.
I mean, this is unprecedented. We've even last map, which Guardians.
There was a
eventually
comeback
took it
last
over
map,
time.
wasn't it?
Yeah, we've never seen a team consistently sort of performing ahead of Invictum. So again, it maybe does show that the mental is beginning to crack, and Invictum don't really know how to react to that loss.
They certainly have to find a way. Obviously, Haven is Guardian's map pick, so you would expect them to be at least somewhat confident on it. And Donuts not quite able to find Zane. Stray bullets as well. No damage dealt on either side. The operator, not quite good for it. Zane has to push back now. Can't afford to get too aggressive. Keeping
Zane
his
really
eye over
scared
towards...
off by the shot.
Yeah. He'll still keep his eye over towards Sewer and Short, but he knows that he can't push that too aggressively. Looking at this, so gonna see the Headhunter in the hands of Vanta, it looks like. Unless he's just peeking C-Long with a classic, which I would very much doubt.
King creeping over to see 2 of his teammates to back him up.
Yeah. And here we go. The push in through Garage now. The Horn and the Seize even comes through.
I'll find you.
Nothing is found yet. 40 seconds left, and here comes the explosion onto the site. Guardians getting this plant down. Hint closes it out, and Swimmer, first kill of the match. Jonas still has this operator. Not quite able to find one onto Zane. Swimmer does have a two, however.
Standing.
And this is good post-plant positions for Guardians and make it a flawless round. Shadow closes things out here. 4-1, Joe. And more importantly, that means Invictum are going to be coming into round 6 with an eco, with this save. They can't afford these rifles.
It just looks like an entirely separate team from the first map and the second map. Again, by the end of the second map, we were seeing these cracks begin to form in Invictum's game plan.
That's a good spot.
But this is...
Have a good time.
It's just
out
unprecedented. And now they're staring down a 5-1. if they can't work their magic in this eco, and
And he's
Jonas
just
is
able to find one off
ensuring
the bat.
he is ensuring they can't
Absolutely
make
no
their
way.
magic work.
Zane does have this Blade Storm. Not able to find one though, not aware of Shadow's positioning. Lexon does find one onto Jonas. He was on 5 HP after that initial swing, so it's kind of expected. Lich King doubles down. 2 versus 4 now from Invictum. They have had these clutches, they've had these moments, but it is looking like
Last player
an entirely
standing.
separate team, especially now Shadow.
Lightning.
He's Lightning in the 1 versus 4.
Just
Sprint comes through
his
from
name.
Swimmer, slides up, and he's down to 5 HP, but not able to find
Where are you?
kill. Swimmer goes down, not really finding success on the Neon, but gets them just low enough for Kins to finish things off. Plant comes through as well, but doesn't get stuck, so no extra credits this round, but I mean, Guardians don't hardly need to worry about that. They've had 3 or 4 alive for the past few, making one of them even a flawless, so
Yeah, this is such a dominant lead they've got at the moment. They really don't have to worry about dropping
Yeah.
a few bodies by the end.
Onto though, does have that ultimate online, so doesn't really need to buy
You want
into
to
this
play?
round.
Let's play.
Looking at the rest of the economy from Invictum, it doesn't look great, to be honest. Some of them even down to say 200 credits, one even down to actually 0. This is a must-win round to prevent it from being a 7-1 up. And here comes the Nightfall. Zane is able to find one though. Jonas goes down, but Swimmer with the overdrive locks out 2, locks off the entire B site.
Jonas dies from
planted.
the toss out.
Yeah. Rolling Thunder comes through as well from Lecton. They're investing so many ultimates. They want to win this round, but the flash comes through and Kins is able to shut it down. Matrix with the drop is able to find one, but he is now so alone. He does not have the backup of his teammate just yet. Lecton is stunned out, 3 HP.
Unimportant.
Last player
Matrix
standing.
another onto A main, but he's still got 2 more to find. Fakes a teleport.
One
What
enemy
can he do? He's on
remaining.
14 HP, he's managed to find another. Takes the shoulder peek and Shadow
A valiant attempt from
brink of
Matrix.
death. The jaws of destruction. Brings around back for Guardians. That was dangerous, that was so close. And once again, these rounds, they're not being won cleanly.
The wallets of
Invictum.
Guardians aren't really feeling that yet. So
Yeah.
they
They've
have
built up
safety
a
net.
healthy lead. Obviously, you know, they lost the bonus, boo-hoo. Like, it's kind of expected, and they've won the next 4 after that, so it doesn't really matter for them in this case. But, you know, Jonat's down to 1800 credits. You know, if another round doesn't really go his way, he's not able to get a kill. Things could certainly be a little bit more dangerous, but obviously I think he is pretty close to that toward 4th. No, actually, he popped it in the previous round, so not very in Matrix for the first kill. With the Sheriff, Jonas,
Jonas
though,
responds.
with the response. So, once again, 4 versus 4 in Invictum. It's not looking great for them. Obviously, they were able to get 1 with the Sheriff, which is certainly very good. That's what they want. But even still, they're still up against these rifles from Guardians.
I have the spike.
Bit of indecision though, Joe, if you'll notice. Guardians not really sure what they want to do.
Yeah,
Falling
Shadow
away from
just
A.
picked up the spike, falling away from the sort of the C side, going towards A very slowly. Time could start to creep in and become a factor.
Absolutely, obviously, Swimmer does have that sprint as a signature
30
ability,
seconds
so
left.
not really that
Yeah,
much of a big deal.
Cover going out.
Catch them. No charges.
Aftershock up onto Heaven, gonna push
Spike
Lightning
planted.
away. And this utility being used to
We found
perfection
one.
by Guardians. Panther though does have that operator taken out. Lightning with the drop, able to find 1. He's the only one left, however. He has 2 more to find. He's not able to do it. Shadow with 2 right at the end to lock things off, and like we said, it's 7-1.
It's just gonna keep snowballing. You gotta really You're
at-
you're starting
look
to
at the
panic.
credits
about
now.
Invictum now.
Look at the credits now from Victim. Looks like they might be considering going for that save, or at least Vanta is. But no, he changes his mind, goes back again.
You go with this
400,
one last
550,
attempt.
800,
then
0,
you've got to
and
save.
800.
It-
And heck, even a clutch win might not be enough to stave off that hard fight.
Yeah,
Or stave.
it's.
It needs to be one. It needs to be basically flawless, or at least a clean win.
It really does sort of speak volumes about how Invictum just don't sort of seem to know how to play when they're on the back foot.
However, Matrix
Matrix gets
is
his
going to be
opening.
good for one.
But we've seen throughout this set that opening kills don't really mean much. These teams are very good at getting these quick burst refrags.
Yeah. None has come through yet, however. But I feel like just like Invictum on Ascent, Guardians, when they go for an execute, they're so explosive on this map. They just all of a sudden burst into a bomb site, and
Their
it's just
timings are
completely
good.
in their control.
They hit their shots, and there's nothing Invictum can really do.
Absolutely.
30 seconds left.
This
Time.
take 30 seconds.
Time
They're
could be
playing
a
it
factor
slow.
here. Obviously, they only need 4 seconds to plant the spike, but here we go. Rolling Thunder comes through. Vanta able to avoid it, but he is knocked out by the Haunt. Has to TP away, has to leave, and that's
One
Matrix.
enemy
Finding
remaining.
another Matrix with 3. Vanta as well. It's a calamity, and it's all falling apart for Guardians. Flawless round for Invictum. And that's certainly going to help them get back on their feet, but for Guardians, well, they have just given the lifeline over, given the lifeline across.
We said
They're still gonna be
Invictum
sitting
needed.
pretty.
We said they needed a good win, and this is exactly
Yeah.
what they've got.
Sitting pretty. A few players coming into this round on max credits, so
That works.
no, we might even see a 10-2 half,
Here.
which would be ridiculous, especially considering that it wouldn't be Invictum
Yeah, the
on
the
the
real
positive end on that.
giants of the league getting just demolished right now.
Obviously, there's always 2 halves to a map of Valorant.
Where are you?
Here come Guardians. Quick approach, quick into B. And just not ready for it. Invictum have to let this plant go through.
Spike planted.
Vanta's good for
Antidote
1.
Is good for 1. Takes out Swimmer. So the Neon not really having that effect that you'd want it to. So the aftershock coming here onto A-Link just going to stop any players from coming through there at this moment. They are being surrounded though. Look at this. Zane with another. And Lich King. He's good for 1. Make it a second. Kins as well. Now it is all down to Lich King. And he's not able to find it. Matrix just in the end there closes things out.
Nearly. Lich King nearly gets them all, but Matrix just better here. Better positioning.
This is where it starts to get a little bit risky. Invictum, they have a chance of getting back into this half. We could even see a 5-3. All they need to do is win these next 2 rounds in a row. And look at the ultimates on board as well. They have that TP. I think they might be close to a couple others as well. So,
Yeah, this is not the way that Guardians really want to end out the half. It's still
no.
a good half. So take anything away from that. They have won 7 rounds this half at least against Invictum, the titans of the league.
Especially when they're attacking on Haven as well. Which
But-
obviously it does go back and forth, but you would say it does tend to be a bit of a defender-sided map, and all the same, not quite able to land those random shots.
But momentum exists. Momentum is certainly a big factor in matches, and if they
This upsurgence in
they
the
end this half,
latter end of this half,
yeah, if they end this half on a 4-round loss streak, that can really sort of hamper
Yeah.
your ability to play in the next half.
either way, I think the pistol round at round 13 will
Get
be
back.
so crucial, so influential, and
again.
there's 2
Lightning's
kills,
good
make
for
it 3
2.
for Invictum. They've found not quite the 4th Jonuts. just about managing to hold on. Lich King and Jonuts are two players that have really stepped up for Guardians in this map, in this series. They've got to do it here once again. 2 versus 5. They've made it to 4. They still need to find those last 4. Such a daunting task. 30 seconds left. They have to commit to A. And Zane is waiting for them. Possibly the
30
worst thing
seconds
you
left.
ever want to hear is that Zane is on the other side of your late push.
Now, a bit of a silver lining. It's only Zane on the site, so...
Lich King cleans him up so easily. They need to be aware of this flank. All 3 players now coming in through that CT. You need to be aware of it. Lich King does have that TP online. Could do
One
something
enemy
with it.
remaining.
Matrix cuts him down.
Aware of the position. He could also TP up to CT. Indeed. Doesn't know, he teleports up to the top of the site. Jonuts goes for 1, but he's so low on health and so low on ammo. And well, now he is dead. 4 now for Invictum. I think
3 rounds on the trot.
Yeah, Guardians. This is possibly the moment you want to call
Last
that timeout.
round before the switch.
It would once again be an 8-4 half. Well, we could see a 7-5. It's difficult to say.
Momentum-wise, I'd say Invictum would probably win this, and that's not good for Guardians at all. Because again, that means although they've got their great 5 wins in a, their 5 rounds in a row after the power up, now they're staring down this loss streak. You feel like you're on top of the world when you're taking 7 maps away from the Giants, and then they cut you down, and Jonas has been cut down by Zane right there. It's a bit of a reality check for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to show it can happen to anyone. Good start to a half does not necessarily mean good end to the half. Guardians showed that to Invictum on percent and it's being shoved right back in their face. Zane though has to get out. All of this utility, the ultimates coming through, and that allows Lich King to get 1. He's able to TP as well to this backside, help out Shadow. The Swimmer locks 1 out as well. This certainly looks good, but Zane does have this blade storm, and he misses all of those shots.
Misses the knife.
Hits up 2. It is now all down to Lexon. Ultimate invested from Swimmer because it is the last round. He's got 4 inside of round 12 to drag Guardians over the line. And once again, Joe, it's another 8-4 half in this series.
Getting a bit of deja vu here. That's the 4th 8-4 half.
Well, this is only the 3rd map, so you know.
Yeah, but we went overtime.
Oh, true. Actually, yeah.
So
This time, once again, obviously we have that second half of Ascent, and once again, it's Guardians getting the 8 here, not Invictum. So yeah, 3 rounds on the trot, but Guardians at least stop the bleeding.
yeah, winning that final round is huge for your mantle.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Invictum, they're on this attacking side. They have to be the more proactive of the 2 sides here. As Guardians, they're certainly getting very aggressive. They're trying to find these entries. And Vanta might just get the first onto Kins, completely unaware inside of B. But they fall off. He falls back, pushes away to the C site. Jonuts has to be aware of this.
Yeah, we've
I don't
consistently
even think if
seen
he...
Invictum are good at managing this aggression.
Spike planted.
Yeah, consistently as well. Donuts now, one-way smoke going to halt his progress a little bit. Lich King, though, coming up on the flank could be huge for this defensive side, trying to retake. The Swimmer pushing up through garage as well. Don't know, Lich King might just want to fall back. No, the right click not quite there. Matrix closes it out. It's now 3 versus 5. This could be the pistol for Invictum. There is obviously not much time, and there's not much players left either. Swimmer, the last one alive, can't get it done.
Looking a bit
Invictum
shaky for Invictum there. They did lose 2, but Lecton really
pistol,
lit them
so
up.
yeah. When you're in that pistol, just winning it is the important factor there. Guardians having to save across in this eco against the half buy of Invictum, like we've constantly seen in these second rounds of the half. No force buys coming through yet, which I don't know. We might do if we do get down to kind of a map 5 position or about to lose a series position. You might see that come through. And Swimmer just so fast, so aggressive up into mid, up into the faces of Invictum. He does get flashed, however, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Kins with 1 saying, box him out of this round 14. And once again,
Trap destroyed.
Spike going down, Lightning with 1.
We're seeing this
His
aggression
A-site.
from Guardians, but as a result of
Last
that,
player
Not good on
standing.
him.
Invictum have slipped away into A and planted.
Yeah, it hasn't really worked out for them. It's now all down to Shadow. He only has a ghost to hand as well. Even the headshot won't do it for him as Matrix closes it out. But once again, now we should hopefully see this be around for Guardians. If they lose this, that's when you start to get very worried for their chances here. It's like we said, there's always 2 halves to a map of Valorant.
Yeah,
And,
Guardians can't
yeah,
afford for this to slip away.
Here.
Yeah, Ascent certainly showed that, and Invictum might be about to show that as well. Very aggressive, very quick into A actually, down into sewer. Lightning and Zane trying to find something. Lich King just still sticking around in A long. So yeah, after this early aggression, seeing a bit of a standstill, Zane still pushing his way up through sewer, though, up through A short. His way onto the bomb site. Lich King does get the first. Zane has to step back due to the paranoia, the Prowler, and they have to retreat just a little bit. But Matrix tries to get a bit cheeky with the spike. And Vanta does actually find Jonas. That's a spike over on C. And that's site control in the hands of Invictum. Vanta picks up the Vandal as well.
Last player standing. Spike down.
He's actually wallbanned by Kins. Not able to get that down. Taken out by Zane in the 1v4.
Team
1v3.
ace.
Can't quite get that swing. It's a team ace coming through from Guardians. Each one of those players getting 1 apiece.
Beautiful play from Kens there, shutting down the plant.
Yeah, and they convert the bonus in a... It certainly looks a bit too close, but they still kept 3 alive coming into this. Donuts does buy across, so power up
There.
round, all rifles.
There.
And crucially, Guardians look in such a good place with their economy. Swimmer as well. Jonas, he's had his time. It's now time for Swimmer. There you go, Jonas though does get 1. TP's away. Gets back up onto the box on C. His position is going to be noted. It is going to be known. Lightning though does find 1 onto Swimmer, and Jonas, he's good for 1. The swing out from Garage means that C site is now firmly in the control of Invictum, but not without losing 3 players first.
planted.
Man advantage for Guardians. They need to retake this.
One pick is all Invictum need to drastically increase their chance of winning.
1
Yeah.
enemy remaining.
That C long position is just so difficult, but Lich King and Kins, they make it work between them. Double digits now, 10 on the board for Guardians. And I don't want to say I've seen this trajectory before, Joe, but I mean, if Guardians win the next one, and we, you know, see... I mean, it'd be crazy that once it gets to 11-6, one team wins 6 rounds in a row. That would never happen.
I've never seen that happen, actually. That's never happened before.
No. Invictum undecided on what to do with their weapons. It looks like they're going to go into a save into this. Make sure that they're economically stable
It begins.
coming into round 18. Obviously, though, it's not this one. 17 is the round number here, obviously. 10-6, and Zane, stand out first. Does have the Blade Storm, but still going to be in a much more disadvantageous position. Very early, very aggressive. Dashes into the cloud burst. Stun not quite there, and knives. They don't land onto Kings. How on earth? We've seen that twice now from him. That's just so unfortunate. Lich King doubles down, and he gets two. Shadow with another. And it's now all down to Lightning. He could not do anything. 11-6. But like I say, Joe, we've been here before.
I think Guardians are just praying that these same events do not occur.
Yeah.
That's a good spot.
The Lich King and Swimmer stepping up. Jonut's taking a bit of a step back.
Teleport's ready.
What is this position from Jonuts? Recalls
All set up.
the rendezvous as well. It's placed a little bit further away from the sightline. Jonuts has been so good with these rendezvous, trying to find his off angles, can catch them off guard, and Vanta, I don't even think they're aware. Matrix manages to get through, and Invictum just planted B.
That's very early, actually, from Victim.
Yeah. It's an early retake as well, Lich King, at least gets it to half. He might stick this. He might stick this, Joe. Hold on a minute. They've got away with 12. What on earth is that?
Well, that's the problem with your early executes, because you don't have the time to set up your post-plant position, so... Lich King can very simply decide, okay, I'm just gonna sit here. I have full faith in my team.
Gets the smoke down, sits in it. And
It's an objective game, simple as.
They are so dead.
And Tour de Force being popped from Jonas as well. He wasn't actually able to get anything from his position up there on the box in garage, but I mean, he didn't even need to be completely honest with you. Now, match point, and everything you say, this is a much needed round, and that's certainly going to help Vanta chamber diff onto Jonas.
Absolutely.
Bring them down.
Howler comes through, confirms the absence of any players in sewer. It's going to help with this reclear.
Invictum going back to their sort of slower approaches. They tried to adopt the fast pushes, yeah. They tried to adopt Guardians as sort of fast pushes, but it really hasn't worked out at all.
Yeah, and this certainly has been a return to form. Lich King now 1 versus 5, and I say we saw a 1 versus 4 clutch from Lekton to win Haven against Vega. If Lich King could manage to one-up that, would be insane, but he's not aware of this position. He's able to find one from Zane, but there's still another player in B. Vanta, that is, locking it out. 12-7 now. Plenty in the storage, in the back pockets of Guardians to at least buy into this one, but, you know. Victim,
So we've
they
seen
found one. Can they found another 5?
We've seen the 11-6 comeback.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to curse anything, but are Invictum going to do one better?
They've called the timeout. They really want to make sure that they just keep on this momentum train. Obviously, this does give Guardians time to talk as well, time to think, time to strategize, counter-strat, talk about what they've been seeing.
Yeah,
Obviously,
timeouts work both ways.
Yeah, no coaches in this matchup, so it is just the players talking amongst themselves and maybe, possibly, Invictum hoping that there's a little bit of arguments going on in the Guardians camp. Obviously, they lost those past 2 rounds. Those past round quite heavily, and it's been quite close. There could be a couple of things they need to bicker about, and you know, that is a valid strategy, calling that timeout just to try and get them to fight amongst themselves a bit more. But Guardians, they certainly seem to be more disciplined than that.
It's risky calling a timeout this early.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, they want to make sure that they get these next 5 rounds in a row to secure overtime. That's obviously the only way for them to win the map. There is no regulation anymore. Once again, this is only the second time in Talent League history that the opponents of Invictum have gotten to 12 rounds, and Swimmer dodges the Rolling Thunder, gets 2, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Lexon has found 1. Matrix did get the first.
Spike planted.
And Jonas now with the operator on his team. Nightfall comes through as well. Just all the utility. It is go time for Guardians in this post plant to win them the map. And Lich King, he starts them off with one, but Vanta tries to find one. Lich King a second, it's all down to Vanta now. He's got the first. Can he get the second? He's stuck in place. He can't hear. Now gets back. The audio has come back to him. Tap on the spike from Shadow. It's going to need to be a 1v1 to win the map. And for Vanta, it's a 1v1, 1v2 actually to stay in it. And he's taken out. It's going to be GH. Guardians, they get taken.
Defenders win.
We won,
The map
they
pick.
lost.
They get their own map
This
pick.
is
And
the way of
crucially,
things.
they're now on series point. If they win this next map, they win the series, they win Talent League, they walk away with 165 euros, 55% of the total prize pool there, Joe. And that's a big thing. Second place, they only get 60 compared to that 165 for first. And Guardians doing it once again. Matrix, though, I mean, top fragger, like one of the top fraggers in the lobby, and it's a 13-7.
Yep, this is a full crisis for the Victim camp now. They've really got to find a way to sort this out because they have gone from choking a very sort of secure lead and now losing pretty convincingly to Guardians here. They need to find out what's wrong and they've got to address that quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll find out the answer to that because once again we've got another quick break for you, but don't go anywhere because we've got Bind coming up just after this. Can Invictum hold on? I'll have to stick around to find out. Welcome back, everyone. It is time to go for possibly the final map on this series of Talent League Valorant. It is time to go into Bind.
Yeah,
And
I don't think
looking,
either of us were expecting this to go to bind, to be honest.
no, and
It's
definitely not in this kind of fashion, with it being Guardians in the lead.
yeah, Guardians losing map 1, but they came back for a 2 and they absolutely destroyed Invictum on map 3, so series point for them. Championship point.
Well, now here is the question, Joe. Will we see Breeze? Will we see that 5th map?
I think with the way this the momentum is swinging, there's no way. I think Guardians look it off. 3-1 victory.
Yeah. A couple differences here now going into Bind. We're seeing Vanta and Jonuts both step away from that chamber. We're not actually seeing a chamber at all. Instead, we're seeing Jonuts go onto the Fade, Vanta on the Viper, and looking at these, it's almost a similar lineup, but you have that Astra on the side of Guardians, that's Lich King, bring that one along. Whereas for the side of Invictum, we of course have that Sky, a bit of healing, has those Seekers and the Wolves as well. The Hunters, should I say, to try and get a little bit more intel. Obviously, they do have that Fade on side as well, but some intel and also some healing definitely can't go amiss. But it also could be due to the fact that they are starting out on the attack, that they've decided to bring the Sky, whereas starting out on that defense, you're going to think a bit more to that side, and Astra certainly can help with that. Obviously, Astra is one of those more execute-oriented agents, like we mentioned when we saw her on Ascent, but this time it's Guardians bringing her along. So there you go.
Absolutely interesting to see how they use
Still waiting.
the abilities that Astra has at her disposal. We've only seen that on the side of Invictum. And it didn't really seem to help them, because that was obviously the map with that catastrophic comeback from Guardians.
Yeah, obviously, we're seeing the Lich King bring along this agent. Lich King has been so good on the roles of these controllers and these initiators. Just with the smoke, it's just been so influential. So bringing Master along certainly is not going to do much bad at all. 30 seconds left in the entry now onto the B site, but it's Kins to find the first on Selecton. James trades it back, however. The 4 versus 4 heading into the last 20 seconds. Once again, trades back and forth. 2 versus 2. The swimmer locks that one off, and it's all down now to Vanta. Does not have the spike in hand, and obviously you need 4 seconds to plant that spike. So it's going to be the end of the round, and in fact, it's a team ace from Guardians. Everyone getting 1 kill. Bring that one across the board. So, and again, very good start for Guardians. We've seen this so often. They are now winning these pistols. They are now fully confident in themselves. And Invictum just don't really know how to apply that pressure.
Yeah, this Invictum side is really a far cry from what we saw in map 1 and the beginnings of map 2. And Guardians have really come alive. You gotta give it to them, that sort of iron will to just stick with it no matter what has happened to them.
Yeah, and this would be their second upset in this Champion Series, in these playoffs as well, because nobody really expected them to beat Emirates Esports either, and that was certainly very close. 13-11, 14-12 on Haven and Icebox respectively. Here we go. Donuts is certainly going to feel the pressure. 3 players swarming all at once. Paint shells come through, then that could certainly be dangerous. Damage dealt. Manages to find one of his own. Shadow as well, Bulldog in hand. Gives the man advantage back to Guardians, and those players of Invictum are so low.
Spike down A.
It is now down to Lightning. He can't get it done. Kin's got one with the Aftershock as well in there, so utility really coming alive for Guardians. But now we head into this bonus. You'd expect Invictum to get this one, and we've seen often they have. But I don't know, with 2 map losses in a row,
1 second, peeps. I gotta
mental
visit the
might
Astral
just
to
not
play
be
some
there.
stars.
This really should be a run that Invictum wins.
And like, if they lose this, in my opinion, that's the series over. Like, they still have a chance to come back on Bind. It's their map pick, you know, this is Invictum. Of course, we of course can't count them out, but obviously if they lose this round 3, that kind of spells the end for me, because that mental is absolutely just going to be in the bin.
If you lose this, you just will not have the money for the next round, and then that just leads to a snowball.
And at that point, 4-0 up, your mind has got to be wondering. Obviously, it's not happening yet, and some early damage done onto Jonat's now finished off by Zane. They do have these rifles, so, I mean, you do kind of expect them to be winning this one. It looks like they might do, just based on his first 40 seconds. Kinzo was found 2 somehow on the B site, flushes Zane, he's got the 3rd as well. It's absolutely ridiculous. Shadow, Bulldog as well, it's all down to Lightning, 1 versus 3. And Joe, this could just be the nail in the coffin. Aftershock as well, he just has to hold on, he does not have the spike.
I mean, this puts Invictum in a terrible situation. Mentally and economically, they're not in a good spot.
And he's not able to find it.
Once again, we see Guardians forfeit that opening pick, but they just come alive. One of their members getting 2-3 kills. Same thing last round.
Absolutely insane in that round.
Kins this time, but it's been Swimmer, it's been Shadow.
It's been all of them.
They're so good at just taking advantage.
It's been Jonuts, and now Kins as well.
It's really what separates a good team from a great team, the fact that everyone on Guardians so far has shown up in various maps.
Yeah. And you can't quite say the same for Invictum. You know, not to point at names, but you know, we're not really seeing the impact that we kind of want from, say, Lecton and Lightning. Zane as well. Not really there on the first map, and it didn't really seem to matter then, but, you know, Vanta as well, not quite having the impact that you'd want on some of those previous maps, and the problem is that Invictum aren't able to cope with that, whereas Guardians are able to cope with one of their star players not popping off. We saw Jonuts didn't have the best map on Haven. It didn't matter. Here we go, Lightning now. Open engagement.
3v4.
Yeah, and it's just pushing them back now. The health is so low.
Should have missed this, but Swimmer, you see, like that, straight away on the refrog.
Yeah, this is such a coordinated effort from Guardians.
They're really playing as a team. They're not just giving them these 1v1s. Which is something, again, you can't really say the same for Invictum. Invictum, it's sort of, they're sending out one guy to try and get an early pick, to try and maneuver in that round, to give them...
To try and get 2 or 3 kills, to try and open something up. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just not happening for them.
One enemy remaining.
Is in the hands, but not anymore. What a kill. Onto the head in Lightning. He's only got 10 HP. He only had the Sheriff in hand as well. And Swimmer was able to find the wallbang. 3 in the round, and it's just, like you said, snowballing. Obviously, that was the eco. They found 2, not nearly enough to deal any sort of real damage.
4-0.
Oh my god. Yeah. We've seen this happen plenty of times, you know, recently at Champions, teams getting up 4-0, teams getting up, heck, even 6-0. Like Connor said yesterday, DRX versus FunPlus Phoenix. DRX got out to a 6-0 lead. It still went to overtime, so never say never. But that was, of course, in the first map when things were still fresh. This late into a series, Invictum are going to be suffering. They're going to be feeling pretty down on themselves. Down 4-0. They lost rounds they should have won in every map of this series. That round 3 was one that it should have been. They have this ultimate online. Up on the roof. That's a really good spot, actually. Doesn't even matter, because Swimmer gets the first. This A site is so chaotic, filled with Invictum players right now, all 4 of them. And now the Nightfall's effects have worn off. That Fade ult
take hold.
Guardians, you have to say they're in a positive situation.
Yeah, and Victim just
We're gonna
can't break
find
this
another.
A-hold.
Poison's off.
So Banter snuck his way in
There.
around the backside, trying to sneak through, see what he can find. But it's only been one.
Last player
He's looking
standing.
through CT,
Spike
and there's
down
nothing there.
A.
He's now the only one
One
left,
down.
and he's able to get Kins, but now he's
Toxins
alerted the
going
Horde. They're going to be aware of his position. And this looks like it could be 5-0 unless he pulls off a monstrous 1 versus 4. It's not going to happen. Once again, clean round for Guardians, 3 alive. 3 rifles into round 6. They just look unstoppable.
It just seems like
Let's play some
Invictum
stars
haven't
in
been able to
this
figure out
reality.
how to stop this.
Look at Swim at 9-0, Joe. 2
That-
assists as well.
That right there, that's just
Ridiculous.
mindset. That's gotta be just the people. The side of Guardians are beyond happy
I mean,
with this,
yeah,
and now
let's
they're
not be real as well. I mean, Swimmer is hitting some insane shots. Like,
yeah. But when you're like feeling that like that
Then as
happy,
well. Yeah,
you
yeah.
you are gonna have the confidence to go for these shots and hit them. And then you have Invictum who are down in the dumps. They've lost these 2 maps, and they're really not hitting these shots they should be.
Yeah, and letting a Ascent go the way it did, I think, was a real
Spike
kicker.
down, B.
They did at least find one with a showstopper,
Bring
but
them down.
that's an ult invested, and Guardians, they're still in a man advantage. They're still looking like they're going to take this one, because obviously it is another eco. Swimmer finds one. Seekers and Viper's Pit available from Victim. These ultimates, but I mean,
Last
there's only
player
they're
standing.
going to be able to use them,
Spike
especially not the
down,
Seekers
B.
now that Rexon's down. It's all down to Vanta once again in a 1 versus 4, and this time he's not even able to find one of them. Taken off the board by Swimmer. There it is, 6-0. Now, when I said to Invictum that I'd follow them on Twitter if they get a 13-0,
You never specified what way.
yeah, exactly. I said, actually, I might have said if you win 13-0. Hold on, I'm gonna check that, because if I did, then
Either way, this is a catastrophic half. To be brutally honest,
actually defending on bind as well. Point that one out there.
it's
This
just
is
it's a different team from map 1. It really is.
it's a different Guardians as well. Let's not forget, Guardians.
Toxin screen
They
down.
didn't really look
I've got your
that into
trail.
the competition. But
Kins is good for 2 before finally being traded out.
yeah.
Welcome to my world.
Viper's Pit invested as
Spike
well,
planted.
so
This
they've
could
got
be
their ultimates to try and win this round, but first on the map. And they need to wait for this flank to come out through main from the Viper on Guardians. That is of course Shadow. Jonut's just inside of out of
Last
elbow.
player
Trying to see
standing.
what he can find. And Letson and Matrix, they get the double swing, they find 2. And it does look like this will be their first round. 2 ultimates invested here though. And plenty of credits for Guardians, even if they lose this.
Enemy down.
Take things further. He's at least, Shadow, able to find 1. Which means 2 brought along to the next round in Victim. Again, it's not clean.
Is that good enough to really stop the bleeding?
I don't think it is. Obviously, Guardians are going to be swimming. And yeah, Matrix calling that timeout. Invictum know that that wasn't really it. That wasn't what they want. They want it cleaner. They want to definitely have it a lot less close.
So if you're Invictum in this
Right here.
timeout, what do you talk about? How do you try and win this match? How, because from like the outside, Guardians just look unstoppable.
Yeah.
How can you try and really stop this and turn the tides and still scrape out an even half?
Yeah.
Because to me, ever since they lost that third round, it has just looked over. It has looked like they are just digging their graves at this point.
Right here. Right here.
What do you do in this situation? I really don't know. 6-0 down. They've managed to find one, at least halt some of that momentum a little bit, but now that Guardians are coming into this with an ulti round of their own, let's not forget, there were at least 2 ultimates invested for the side of Invictum for 1 round. Viper's pit early from Guardians, but that's just to try stop some of this early pressure down A main from Shadow, just keeping that area on lock, which makes an A push really, really difficult to do. Which means that once again, you have a lot of focus going over towards B from
Got
Guardians.
obscuring vision.
And from Invictum as well on this attack. 45 seconds, so half the round has gone by to the wayside. Invictum only just now firmly making a decision on what they want to do. All 5
30
over
seconds
on
left.
B, and Jonas finds one before being traded out by Lightning. The spike is going to go down, and you can hear teleports coming through across from A. There's now the paint shells just over towards Hookah, towards window, trying to release them. Some of that, lock them
One
off, and
enemy
it trades back and forth. It's a 2 versus 2. The Lich King swimmer locks the last ones out, just like that. It's 7-1. It's still not the cleanest, but they can still afford to win that.
No, it was a
Once
loss.
again,
But Invictum did look a lot better. They were playing as a team. They were getting these trades. They weren't just sending one player off to get this Hail Mary kill to get in the round. They were actually playing as a group. And although they did lose that, it looked a lot better.
I should probably place some stars in the astral plane. I should.
yeah, but I mean, even still, Guardians. It wasn't a clean win, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. The backlog of credits that they've built up.
It's really just a case of Invictum are not hitting the shots they need to when it comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, when it comes down to that execute. I mean, Guardians, they've just been pretty good with these retakes. Only 1 ultimate invested from that last round as well. They still have the Nightfall, they still have the Cosmic Divide, they still have the Rolling Thunder. Insane is down so low thanks to those paint shells. Off the bat. Swimmer aware of the position from Zane. He's not. That's a 3 weapon, 3 rifle handed over to Invictum. This A site cracking a little bit further open for Invictum, but once again they rotate, they go B.
Got the spike.
Guardians in this man disadvantage now. Make it a 3 versus 3, equal man count. Is Shadow aware of the positioning? No, but they managed to get away. So the retake needs to come through. And this plant is so late that Guardians almost doesn't really matter. Nightfall coming through as well. Lexon just manages to dodge it. The Prowler doesn't spot him out either, so they have no idea that he's down in elbow, down in 90. Shadow starts to stick this confused. Orbital Strike comes through, he's just going to try and get it as far as he can. He got it half. Jonut's taken out. It's a thrifty round from Invictum. They started off this with a pretty poor buy. That's a lifeline handed out to them. But I mean, they still need to work a lot harder.
Right
And
here.
even then, it'd only be a 7-5 half. They're attacking on bind, which you'd say tends to be favoured. So, you know, once again, with that 6-0 start that Guardians
here.
had, they practically already
here.
won the half.
We've got to consider the ults as well. Guardians have still got ults. They've still got 3 ults Invictum's 1, but Matrix gets a big double. He really should not be getting away with that.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, 5 HP though, so he's taken a lot of damage. About halfway back to the orbital strike that we saw him using just the very last round. And
Absolutely.
because of that Sky, they can heal him right back up. Terrible position for Guardians to be in now. The best that really, realistically, they can hope for is an 8-4 half. And Swimmer poured out on that teleport. Jonas
Jonas-
just find one.
He at least gets 1.
At least, but I mean, they're going to need to find a lot more. Hunter spots him out. Shadow's still stuck over by CT.
Gets 2.
Hold on a minute.
Please
Hold
stop
on
feeding
a second,
Jonas kills.
Still waiting.
Please stop feeding this man. He's got 3.
Last player
If he's
standing.
not aware of the last position,
Doesn't
it's
check
now
his
down to
corner.
Shadow. And there's no time on the spike.
Full flash.
He's stunned.
But that's
He's
a
taken
sloppy
off
win.
the board.
That's...
Yeah. Once again.
2 rounds left to try and scramble to get a 7-5 for Invictum.
And
Guardians,
saying,
the wallets are looking low.
yeah, they've kind of eaten through this buffer that they had, this backlog. Honestly, if I was Guardians, I would have saved this round to make sure that for the last round and a half you can go into it the full buy. Because if they lose this now,
If they lose
Going
this
into-
badly, that's going to be basically a free final round for Invictum.
yeah, obviously we have seen these thrifties come through, but I mean, the situation that they're in. Currently looking rough at the 3 ultimates, Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide. They're not really in a position to use them. Zane takes one down, Shadow finds that refrag, and here we go. Cosmic Divide has come through, splits up this bomb site, stops the push for now. Lich King with another.
Need that back.
Guardians, they might be able to hold on, but can't just go down on this B site. So Cosmic Divide, I mean, useful for taking them off A, but they could just go B. And now, last 2 players holding up through elbow. They take down the Lich King. 3 versus 2 still. The Rolling Thunder comes through, and Lecton and Zane, they're both taken out. Joe
player
Stopper
standing.
still in the hands. He's the last one alive. He has 3. Needs to find the ace before the clutch to the defuse starts to get stuck, and Joe Nuts locks it off. 8 rounds now for Guardians, and they're back in the driver's seat. But boy, oh boy, that was not a clean round once again.
They can just about scrape a buy here. So
Yeah,
Last
and
round
Invictum
in the
shouldn't really have an issue with their buy. So you're coming into that last round, into that round with a bit of a half buy. Certainly did help. We had a couple Bulldogs here and there. Vanta elected to bring along the Guardian, not quite enough for one of those rifles. So Victim looking a bit worse for wear actually. This could be the 9-3, and well, if there's any time for the 9-3 curse to activate, it would be this situation right here. Obviously, we could again see another 8-4 half. 5th of the game, it would be, and 4 out of 4 opening halves being that 8-4.
Time to hunt.
So 2 interesting situations that come out of it, whatever. As we do come into this final round of the half, round 12. And once again, it's an early push on to B.
Invictum looking to
Kin.
stick this B push. It has done them decently well.
Welcome to my
Yeah,
world.
King's found the first. Viper's Pit being
Spike
popped,
planted.
not quite. Found the spray though, Lich King.
Smoke's
And since the
down.
Nightfall from the other side, Matrix does have that orbital strike online. We can see Showstopper
Prepare for hellfire.
from the Swimmer used once as well. The orbital strike popped a little bit early actually. Vanta, he's still up here. He's got 2 with the Guardian, finally taken out by Jonas.
Last
That's why
player
he's get down.
standing.
But Jonas, he's so low. It's all down to Lich King, and he can't find anything either. Once again, Joe, it's an 8-4 half here in this grand final.
Switching
And really,
sides.
would you have it any other way?
It's remarkable we have gotten only 8-4 halves. Granted, for different teams, this
For the
is
first half as well, yeah.
this is
It's
Guardians'
actually been
third.
even now.
There.
Obviously, if you only include like the first half of the game, we've had two
Yeah,
apiece,
2-2.
and then you have that overtime. That half
Guardians
second
getting that
overtime,
monumental comeback. Map 2.
which is still ridiculous, and that's probably the reason that we're here. If Guardians don't win that second map, it's probably a 3-0. We don't even see
We'll
bind
bring
at
it
all.
back.
Absolutely.
And
Launching smoke.
Victim brought a little bit of hope that we might actually see that breeze after all.
Missed shots from Zane there.
Still holds them back a little bit, which as a defender is kind of your goal. Paint shells as well come through, and there's 2 kills right off the bat. Swimmer good for 1. Paint shells take Zane down so low, those grenades. He's so handy. Boombot comes through as well. It looks like it's going to be a pretty heavy A hit. The remaining players of Invictum that aren't already on A, rotating back through that attacker side spawn to try and lock them off through that link area. It's cautious from Guardians as well. You can tell they're aware that these players are going to be on the move. Half the round now gone.
Guardians. They
Yeah.
know they've got some decent damage on, especially to Zane, but they're still very...
And they know they can't be too hasty about it either, because that is how you end up with those clutch situations. Fault line now looking to come through. Actually, it is the flashpoint.
30 seconds left.
And now the fault line onto lamps. Haunt spots out Swimmer. And his flank does come through. Zane from showers. 12 HP, he's still deadly. He has those paint shells back online.
Last
He's
player
going to
standing.
use the superb
Spike
effect as
down
Electron
A.
finds one on this flank has been superb. It's been spectacular. Invictum, hang on. I mean, just by a fingernail, but it's certainly better than the alternative, which would be 94.
Absolutely.
Lightning
Invictum,
has the Marshal.
2 on the trot now.
The Marshal will one-shot headshot you unless you have that heavy armor, which obviously Guardians don't. So Lightning has the potential to be very dangerous here. Obviously, not doing the best in the frags department at the moment, but that can obviously all change. Guardians, once again, slower approach. Prodding, poking, seeing what they can find, because they're in a disadvantage here, weapons rise.
On the eco, you really have to wait for your enemy to make a mistake before you can push. Obviously, you're at a drastic disadvantage with your firepower, so you have to sort of see what they give and then take a mile.
Yeah.
Trevor!
Gravity well, it's trying to drag a player into the influence of that fault line from pins, but doesn't happen. They note the location of Matrix, however, Lightning, first kill on the round onto Shadow with that Marshal, like we pointed out, can be so deadly. And the Boombot just caught out from Matrix. He's not quite able to land the spray. Lecton does, however.
Spike is down.
So now it's a 3 versus 5. Spike, like you say, is planted.
One
The
enemy
satchel
remaining.
play, not quite good enough. But, I mean, it's such a solid retake. It's kind of what you expect in this situation, obviously.
Sorry to spoil
4
the
players
party.
left alive, and they managed to successfully come across that anti-eco. And now it is the bonus.
So now we really expect to see Guardians winning a round, and
Yeah.
well,
And we said that in the first half about Invictum, and look what happened.
yeah,
6 in a row.
if they lose this, we could see another 8-4 half, or potentially worse for Guardians.
Yeah, and
So-
then we definitely would be seeing Breeze, and in that case, then you as Guardians don't really know what to think, and Invictum
Smoke's down.
have a little bit reinvigorated, I suppose. Obviously, we're not there yet. It's still very possible for Guardians to win this round. It's even expected, so we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here. 20 seconds being burnt, just Guardians once again being a bit careful. They don't want to get too aggressive. They don't want to make any of these mistakes. Obviously, they might just take a bit too long. Some lineups now from the Viper of Shadow. Being prepared, Jonuts now looks to be the first point of ingress on this site. Instead, it's Swimmer.
Yeah, Matrix
Taken
goes
out.
down.
Yeah, inside a hookah.
Saw Jonuts trying to get aggressive. He wants that early pick. That's really what Guardians need to really kick their execute into gear.
Yeah, absolutely, because that bit over at B, just a bit of a distraction. It looks like players are sort of headed over towards A, but it's actually kind of an even split. 2 on A, 3 on
Gets one.
B.
30
And
seconds
yeah,
left.
there's only one defensive player on B, and the rotation does come through. Lecton,
Spike
though,
down.
cleans up
Huge
2
double.
on the B spike. That is huge. Now the spike is down, and the remaining players have to rotate. Kins left alone on B. He's taken out by Lecton as well. With that reclaimed weaponry, 10 seconds left as well.
10 seconds left.
And the fake,
They've done it.
they've actually done this joke.
Last player standing.
It's unbelievable. Lecton
3
with
remaining
4.
as well.
Not quite the ace, but I guess it won't really matter for Lecton. That 4K was enough. Those initial 2 kills were enough even.
So we're seeing
Catastrophe.
great difficulty attacking from both teams.
Yeah. Find it seems usually one of those attacking superpowers. Obviously, you don't have a mid to have to contend with. But obviously, that also means your options can be rather limited.
Hawk
So
out.
both these teams doing a good job at locking those off. Hawk trying
Satchel
to
out.
flash down the fountain,
Satchel out.
and here comes Swimmer. Does have that
Shut
rifle.
down by Vanta.
Absolutely insane. Lightning as well. And Banter with a second. Can he get 3? Yes, he can. And now it's only the one player left remaining.
goes in with the
It is
stinger.
all- He's just switching so many weapons left and right. Jonuts the last one alive, and he's possibly going to come face to face with this rotation for this round. Zane picks up the final one. We are back tied 8-8 though. Invictum. They can give what they get. Yeah, there you go. You see it, the timeout coming through. 4 rounds on the trot now for
Big
Invictum
round
and
coming up.
Guardians. Yeah, if Guardians lose this round, once again, start thinking about maybe Breeze is possible. Which, you know, looking at the start of the second half, I mean the first half of Bind, I would say there's absolutely no way that we see Breeze.
Yeah.
But, you know,
There's 2 halves to every
Victim.
match.
Invictum warmed up a little bit near to the end of that first half on Bind. And they're back in the running now. They're back in the driver's seat. It's Guardians that have to take the step back, have to wonder what's going on, fix their issues.
Timeout did work wonders for Invictum.
Yeah, they
See
lost
if
a couple
Guardians can get
rounds.
the same luck.
And they did lose a couple rounds after that, but then it did go pretty well following. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens here for Guardians, because obviously, like we're gonna say it again, there's a €105 difference between first and second place. 165 to 60, and that's what both of these teams are playing for. They're playing for 50% of that total prize pool, which is just an insane amount.
Absolutely. Jonas once again challenging the showers angle.
Poison orb emitting.
Yeah. Pretty similar to what we've seen in the past from Guardians. Looks like it might be another fake on towards A. Horn spotted them out. But Horn in response. We can still see 3 players over by B, and Zane starts us off. Paint shells onto Jonuts inside the showers. Now that leaves Shadow in such a difficult
Matrix
position.
as well.
Matrix over on B. He's found 2. It's like
looking
next,
disastrous.
like Lecton all over again. Zane picks up his second in the round as well. It's all down to Lich King versus 5. It's a flawless round once again. Lecton closes it out like he did in that round 3 to get these things going. And it seems like Invictum giving out the same treatment that was given to them on Bind. Not Bind, on Ascent even.
Absolutely. Now there's still an opportunity for Guardians to make a comeback. We said this is still an attacker favouring map. But
obviously they are going to have to concede this round. The buy coming into this won't be great. It's all pistols.
After this, they'll have a 2-round safety net, really, and they will have to win 4. Unless they do some magic this round.
Yeah.
Which again, we have seen before. But Matrix asides, no. So
yeah, Orbital Strike though, that is the ult invested, so not quite as great as it first seems, but there's still now 2 men down. And you can't really expect anything else, and here comes the rotate through the teleporter. They're rushing to A. The players, they're in hot pursuit.
One enemy
on with
remaining.
one Lich
Spike
King at
down
least gets
A.
some sort of consolation, but Matrix got out, and it is down to Jonuts. Oh, what a nice, clean shot, but he's still got 3 more to find, and his position is known. And it's not going to be much. Wallbanged through the box, Zane from Showers locks him out, and once again we're seeing a 6-0 lead in the favour of the defenders. This bind not going towards the attacks in any way, shape or form. Now, 5 needed from Guardians in the next 7. Oh, 6 even, I can't count. We need 5 in the next 6.
I mean, Guardians just need
It's
a round.
possible.
They just need a round to just get their footing.
That's the thing, round by round. That's how they need to think of this.
Every time they try and do a push, it just seems to be just cut down immediately.
Yeah. Cosmic Divide comes through, Showstopper as well. Swimmer not able to use it to any great effect. Finds it over towards Lamps, gets a kill. Shadow Opener as well.
They cannot flip this round.
Spike
Absolutely
planted.
not. They've invested so many ultimates as well. Spike goes down, so
Lightning's left unchecked.
Catch them.
Yeah, that is the problem, isn't it? Lightning's position. Lance is so low, however.
Poison's off.
And Swimmer
Last
is going
player
to be on this
standing.
close position. Manages to find one. Jonuts gets the second into Lightning. Not able to find that final player, and it's a flawless round, this time in the other direction. And that's some stability.
A very convincing round coming out from Guardians there.
That's what they needed. That's absolutely what they needed. Stability, flawless round. They've got good credits going into this. Now all they need to do is find at least 3 more, and they can at least get to overtime. And then they're back on that defense. If they get 4, then we don't even need overtime.
Blinded. Time to hunt.
Hunter goes through, checking out this A site. Nothing really found. Heavy focus from Guardians over at B. They've realised their A fakes do not work. They easily read, and it leads to them getting shut down. They're all on B. Every single one of them.
Grenade!
Purple and Hookah, Purple down B main. Down B long. All in all, that's what they need. Some sprays through the smokes do connect onto Shadow. And now he is here onto the bomb site. Matrix open to south, onto Jonuts, so dangerous position. Lightning as well from elbow. Orbital strike, not able to connect, and it is a 2 versus 4. Swimmer at least finds 1. He gets a second as well, no way. But he's the last one alive as Lecton closes out 1 kill. Needs to find these last two. It's not going to happen. Lecton closes it out. 2 players left alive though for Invictum.
One more
Certainly not
pump
pretty.
for Invictum to get to OT.
Yeah. Do it little at least. They need 2. They take us to Breeze.
There.
But, you know, looking at the trajectory, it looks pretty similar to what we saw in that first half.
On, let's go.
Yep.
We might see OT after all. Guardians with 2, and then another one traded back a piece, and then that's it. That's the OT right there.
Same with the early aggression though.
Same though.
Pays out well.
Yeah, doesn't want that to happen.
Off your feet!
Bring them down.
Rolling Thunder invested. Hunter not quite
Spike
stunned out by the
down
Prowlers.
A.
Lightning gets 1. Swimmer catches him out though. 3 versus 4 now. Guardians still in this disadvantage. Especially with these aftershocks and everything
Last
else.
player
Matrix
standing.
closes out Swimmer.
Spike
And it's all
down
down to
A.
Donuts. Matrix with 2 on the round.
I have the
Lightning
spike.
shot out. He's still got 3 to find as Donuts. And he's going to teleport away. Just about manages to escape. There's already 1 in CT. That's Lecton. Taken out. There's no way.
Spike
Should not be
planted.
around that Donuts can clutch. He doesn't know where to go. Decides that elbow into B-Hall might be the best place for it. He knows that that operator is over here, over
One
by
enemy
CT.
remaining.
And he's able to take it out. It's now all down to Matrix. Matrix.
There, take them.
2 on the round already, and the
Mark
Nightfall
1.
comes through from Donuts. He does not want to let this go without a fight, and oh my, he is giving it one. Matrix now, the last player left alive once again, needs to come here on the rotation. Box it out, but is there enough time?
Hold on to
Is
your
there
hat.
enough time? I think there is, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he's got time.
Heartbreaking
enough
for
time.
Donuts.
1.25 seconds. Yeah, heartbreaking indeed.
Match point.
Map point for Invictum coming into this.
Oh
They're
dear.
gonna have to force a half buy. They're gonna have to. They can't afford anything else. Oh God. Certainly not a position the Guardians want to be in. Kins doesn't really know. Has to try and pick his poison. Is he gonna go with the Guardian and have absolutely 0 shields? It looks like he might.
Feels like Guardians are going to go out with a whimper this map.
Oh, we might just see Breeze after all.
I'll find you. We'll catch them. Mark 1.
Molly comes through, forces Matrix away from Swimmer.
Matrix goes down.
First kill. That's important, actually, because now they are able to reclaim some of those rifles.
Welcome to my world.
Spike goes down, and
Spike
Viper's Spit
planted.
used as well from Shadow. Obviously, Guardians, they know they need this round. It can be a counter from the side of Invictum, but I mean, Lanta, I don't know if you're going to want to use yours here. And
Got it.
Shadow with a kill, Swimmer 1 more. They even pick up the rifle. And now you have Swimmer
One
as the
enemy remaining.
showstopper. Doesn't connect. Literally gets that trade onto Lightning. It is now all down to Lecton, 1 versus 4. And he's blinded, he's stunned. He's still able to get 1 onto Jonas. He's able to find a second onto Kins as well, but still Shadow locks him out, locks him down. That's round 22 on the board.
Really not a clean win there.
Yeah, and it wasn't really, was it? Only 2 left alive.
I got enough time to go into the
Again,
Astral Fall.
it's a risky buy. Once again. Is Jonas gonna get shields? Hello? Oh. Nope, he's not. Instead,
Spike
gonna
dropped.
purchase for one of his teammates. Spike left in that attack side spawn. It's looking like a better buy for Guardians.
Poison orb and toxins going up.
But it's still so close, and Invictum definitely have the better situation here in terms of that weaponry.
And Guardians playing this very slow, which in previous maps we've seen they were really the more fast-paced, explosive attacking side, but this half, their confidence seems to have been just shattered.
Yeah, and take a look at the ultimates on board for Invictum as well. They've got the Orbital Strike, they have the Seekers, they have the Viper's Pit. Ace-like control now. Kind of in the hands of
Trick just waiting
Invictum.
for a strike.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
waiting for the Orbital Strike. The spike does go down in the meantime. Possibly thinks there might have been a fake, and here comes Jonas
Satisfied.
on this position. Oh, what a kill onto Matrix. There's absolutely no way. He's back, and he's ready to go. Pinned, stunned out, flashed out, but Lich King's there to cover. Zane only good for 1. 2 versus 3 now. Lightning and Zane against the world. Starts to get the DPs. Are they aware? Zane, he's got one. He's got one on the
enemy
cover.
remaining.
And there we go. That's the map for Spray. Not quite
Defenders
there.
win.
And we have 3.
Still
on our
waiting.
hands.
No charges. Bring them down. Mark.
My, oh my. It's been a wild ride, and we get one more ride.
Invictum aren't out yet.
This map. Invictum aren't out yet, but neither are Guardians. Stick around for map 5 because I know that you aren't going to want to miss it. All up for grabs on Breeze. See you in a few. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our final map of the evening. It's Breeze, and it has never been more tense here inside of this lobby. Both these teams up 2 maps. Both these teams want to lock it out here on Breeze.
Absolutely, we've seen an incredible turnaround from Guardians pretty early on, but Invictum really fought back on Bind from quite a significant disadvantage, but they won it, and here we are, map 5.
It just shows it can happen to anyone, and maybe Guardians just getting a little bit worn out, possibly? A little bit exhausted. Obviously, it's a best of 5. You need that stamina, you need that endurance to make it through.
Absolutely.
Might not be the case here for Guardians. So are going to be starting out on the attack, which every team that started out on the attack has gone on to win the map. So we have seen that be a consistent trend
A gift.
throughout this series. It might yet happen again. And another thing is we've always seen 8-4 halves in this first half. So again, that could yet happen once more here on Breeze.
Absolutely.
Taking a look at the minimap, it looks like it's going to be a fairly heavy A push from Guardians. Straight off the bat. Got at least one looking towards tunnel, but for the most part, it looks like it's just going to be a fairly heavy A hit. Not really too much focus anywhere else, even down mid. Well, the early knife. Let's try and find a bit of intel. Guardians don't rush in. Swimmer now. That duelist once again on the jet this time, just like Zane on the other side. We're seeing an identical lineup this time. It's the first time that's happened
Toxins going up.
in this series.
Spike down.
Each side very much playing up to the mirror.
I have them.
Matrix though does find the first, traded out by Kin, so coming back into this map, it is fairly even both ways, but Vanta, he's managed to find 2. Not quite the third though, Lich King shuts him down, but he's now found himself stunned out and taken down by Lecton. Zane dashes onto the spike. Nothing found though. Jonuts has his headhunter in hand, but he's still got 2 to find. They might just double swing in, they don't even need to. Lightning locks it out, and Invictum win the first pistol once again. Well on their way back to claiming this, possibly claiming the grand prize. 165 euros obviously up for grabs for first, and only 60 for second.
This time, seeing Guardians heading over to B. The A push really didn't work out. They got the spike planted, but at that point they were already down on man. They didn't have proper positions, and it was a very easy retake from Invictum.
Scanning ahead.
Absolutely. Recon dart now from Lightning, going up towards mid. Trying to get any intel they can, but nothing given over. Donuts now. He's going to be spotted here from Lecton out through doors.
Yeah, maybe not fully prepared for the swing. Not aiming down sights him. He takes a bit of chip damage for
Oh,
it.
Lightning. Lightning, though, knocks him out with the Marshal from that top mid position. In through tunnel. Lecton now can get a bit aggressive out through doors. And the shot is so clean
Lightning,
from Lightning.
a third.
He's got the third. Even when blind, he's just unstoppable. And now it's all down to Shadow. And of course, it's down to Lich King as well.
Last player
Diver.
standing.
Screen down.
Lecton
Spike
flashes
down.
through.
B. Flawless.
It's a flawless round for Invictum. So clean. They once again look like that team we saw in Icebox, that team that we've seen through the group stage,
That's a good spot.
through that regular season.
Absolutely, we are seeing that dominance that we know from Invictum slowly coming back. It was really nowhere to be seen in map 3.
Yeah. Map 2 as well, they had a good first half, and then after that,
It all sort of fell apart.
you know, things go both ways, and Find slipping away from Guardians. It must feel pretty horrible about that. Swimmer operator not quite there.
Vanta with
Vanta, who's
two.
got two with that headhunter. Jonuts at least gets something back, but now Vanta has that up and he can just rendezvous teleport away. He so wish. And Jonuts, another. And Shadow locks out Vanta.
Last player
Operator
standing.
not doing anything. Zane picks it up, taken down as well. Now it is
It's all on
down to
lightning.
lightning.
He sees
With
one,
the
sees
Marshal.
two.
He's
Can't
spotted
land
all
those
three.
headshots.
But yeah, like you say, can't land those shots. They're just going to rotate B.
Revealing
They know
area.
they just need to get out there and recon dart. Bounces off the box.
Spike
All
planted.
ideal. And spike down on B now. Lightning can't get it done. It looked a bit risky there, but 3 left alive. 3 rifles carried into round 4 for Guardians.
And this is the time where Guardians can really sort of make those rounds back.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that they have this bye, this is go time for them. They're pretty close to some of those ultimates already. Tour de Force and Hunter's Fury in particular. But looking at the side of Invictum, they're also pretty close to a couple of those ultimates as well. Once again, we're
Scanning
seeing
ahead.
a very split push. 2 up towards B, 2 towards A, and 1 Astronauts going up towards middle. And look at this position from Zane with the operator, but Swimmer
Shut down!
takes him down. Oh my lord, what a shot, and that's influential player taken right off the board. Shadow as well. This is the thing, we've been saying it for so long. Guardians are such a well-rounded team. Doesn't matter who's popping off, they're able to make it work as long as one person is. Whereas Invictum, they have relied heavily on Zane to make things work, and when he hasn't been there, yet the team hasn't really been able to pick up the pieces. All agents they spotted with this knife from Lexon. Powerful intel, and also suppresses him as well, so, you know, I mean, that effect obviously will have worn off by now.
Yeah, the
And
intel only
here
does so
comes the
much.
crunch.
You've still got to hit those shots. You've still got to get the kills. And
I
Matrix
mean, the
finds
snake
hit.
bite is going to help. Shadow goes down. Some Viper on Viper action. Gets the snake bite. That's sort of molly.
Jonuts
Oh,
gets one.
Jonuts, what a kill. He's not able to get the
Whips
second
the
though. Next
second.
on.
still a 3v2
That's
disadvantage.
Hey,
Ooh,
Last player standing. One
Swimmer
enemy
gets-
remaining.
Hunter? Ain't no way. There's no time. And Swimmer locks it down
a
anyway.
sloppy win. That the trade, you could tell.
Yeah.
Both of them held up in the corner. They were playing for a trade, but the coordination wasn't quite there. Nearly let that
Swimmer
slip
locks it
away.
out. Still have a fairly decent buy. The only player that's really going to suffer is Jonuts. He has the Tour de Force should he wish to use it instead. Don't think he will. Pistols. Or accurately, Sheriffs. Very different story. Coming out. But Vanta does have that Tour de Force.
Jonas
Can be
is
so
playing
powerful.
on
Lexon. Has to find one. Has to dip away. So no
Matrix
rival
covering the
collected
retreat.
there. Yeah, Vanta as well with that Tour de Force takes down the operator. And Swimmer in hand. Zane again.
It's
It's one of
Jonas. So
these
Jonas,
thrifties.
his bank account not looking good after this.
Yeah, it's one of
Really
those
looking at the
thrifties.
save.
But once again, Invictum just should not be winning. They are. Keynes and Lich King though, one apiece. There's still hope, but he might not be aware of Matrix's position. He spots him, knife out. Not able to get that kill. Knife comes through as well. Suppresses him. Gets that intel. Still able to use the gun, but taken out, and here we go. The push onto B. 2 versus 5, now 2 versus 2 for Guardians. So Spike does get planted on B. Kins locking that one out, and he has the Hunter's Fury now as well, should he wish to use it.
enemy mark.
Marks out Vanta. Are they aware of the position of Lecton though? I don't think they are. Lich King does have the null command as well. Null command actually as well for Lecton, and obviously Vance is still using that sort of force. So ultimates available or online all across the board here. The knife does not collect anything. Flash comes through.
One
He's
enemy
not stunned
remaining.
out, but still
Last
collects the
player
kill.
standing.
Lich King with 1 though, it's going to be a 1v2 if he manages to win this, and there's absolutely no time for Lecton. If he can half this, it'd be so influential, but no, Lich King shuts it out. 4 in the round. He has to get out of there before the spike detonates. Will it catch him? No.
Incredibly played 2v5.
Yeah, incredible, but even still, this is again another clean win. Especially as that was an eco for Invictum.
Absolutely.
So, you know, there have to be a couple fears there if we let it get that close and they only had Sheriffs. Obviously, Fanta did have that Tour de Force now offline, but
You want to play? Let's
still.
play.
Tour de Force now in play for Jonuts instead. Is he able to get anything more with it though? That's the question. Aldrone comes through, spots out Fanta. He has to get through and null command pop for the side of Lich King. 2 kills off the bat for Invictum. Once again, it isn't great.
Lich King
Lich
is
King
picked up.
stabilized. Yeah. Still this 4 versus 5. And Matrix is coming up the flank. Knife just catching on the pyramid there. I don't know if they wanted to do that. Lecton, but still if it comes of it, and Matrix can be so dangerous here. So not watching for this flank. It's gonna be all over before it even begins. Spike starts to go down, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. Vancer as well, coming through
Spike
the wall.
down A. Last player
And Matrix
standing.
finds one. It's all down to Jonuts in the 1 versus 5, but can't find anything. Flawless from Invictum. And once again, we're seeing these rounds go back and forth, but when Invictum win them, they seem to be clean, and when Guardians,
That works.
it's so dirty, so rough, and that's why we're going to see this eco come through. Classics and Sheriffs, light shields as well. Guardians, if they can get as nearly as close as Invictum did on their eco, that's a success for them, I think. And if they can win it, then
Absolutely.
that's even more.
Get out of my way!
Blade Storm popped from Swimmer. He's already down to 5 HP. Actually, 1 tag from anything takes him down, even through a wall. Needs to be so careful. Zane, this is such a proactive defensive style from Invictum. They're getting out into the map, they're not scared, and they need to be when Vance is hitting shots like that onto Shadow. They know that they have to be so careful here, Guardians. Obviously, they have used that ultimate to at least try and get something damage to the economy. So that really is all it is. 45 seconds now left to go, so that's over half the round gone. And there's not really much control that's been gained by Guardians. They've got a bit of mid. That's about it.
Guardians still just seem very unsure about what they really want to do. They took that early loss and they
30
haven't
seconds
been able to
left.
gain things. And Swimmer, however, does get a pick onto Vanta. Still on 5
5
health
HP
though.
as well. Yeah. See, this fragment that comes in could be the end. Zane finds one
Just spot
onto Kim.
Zane and all he needs is one
Spike
shot.
He
planted.
got tagged actually,
One
and
enemy
still didn't go
remaining.
down. Zane now is 5 HP, but it's all down to Jonas. He doesn't have any utility either. The knife making him suppressed, and that's an easy defuse for Lecton to finish off. But once again, that is the eco. It is also an ult invested. Zane now has his online as well. His Blade
Absolutely.
Storms. So, you know, cost from both teams. And you'd say it's more on the side of Guardians, even though it was that eco. Swimmer still did use that Blade Storm, which could have been so crucial coming into this round 8. But
Absolutely.
Careful.
Swimmer, quick dash to try and get past that doors angle that's being watched.
Nearly
Successfully does
catches
so.
Matrix.
Now, yeah, now on a bit of an island here. Has to wait to be rejoined by the rest of Guardians. They are converging onto this B site so quickly. They need to be wary of this flank though. Jonot's just watching out for that.
Toxins going up.
Matrix, despite the tag, still finds one. Lightning as well. Swimmer trades it back onto that Sova, but even still,
Toxin screen
Edo's
down.
probably just going to walk right into Matrix. Jonot's with 2 before
One
being shut out
enemy
by
remaining.
Zane. So that is that flank Swimmer Oxel as well. Now 1 versus 2 for the Jet of Zane. And his
Spike
got
position is
intel on
noted in
Zane.
tunnel. They absolutely know where he is. Swimmer should have given that call out. And they're just waiting. He could pop the Blade Storm here if he wants, but really won't need it. Swimmer doesn't even give him the opportunity. Once again,
Back and
not
forth.
very clean. But it is back and forth, like you mentioned. This is honestly such a close series. I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest with you. This back and forth is indicative of how this series has gone.
Yeah, both sides sort of realize that they can't really give up these rounds. They can't let one team get into
Breathe deep.
a situation where they can snowball. And now we're
It's
finally
still,
seeing...
It still happened twice on Bind
Absolutely.
for each team.
Toxins go. Poisons off.
This is what I mean by this proactive defense matrix. Early aggression down A main. And Invictum's early aggression is going to work out, at least for one. Zane has to get out of there. Jonuts did at least manage to get something for his side, Guardians, Sigma, but so close, and obviously you wouldn't expect it to be this close. Vanta finds one. And this is a team of the unstoppable titan of the regular season versus a miracle run through these playoffs by Guardians. No one expected them to beat Emrys, and they did. They've been on the brink for beating Team Invictum, which nobody expected for quite a while. Nobody even expected for them to get a map, to be honest. And they were the first team to get 2.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I think it's safe to say
Looks like they might
no one expected Invictum to even be taken to overtime.
Yeah,
They were just that
that's the thing.
dominant.
Like, the closest map before that was a 13-9, and in the regular season it was a 13-5. So, for them to be taken to overtime, for them to lose a
10
map,
seconds left.
2 maps in fact. Just insane.
Now it's just a case of can Guardians completely upset?
Yeah. We did manage to save a couple weapons, that op and that Vandal. So at least there's something coming into this round. Shadow, though. Yeah, it does actually look like we're going to see a full buy. Jonuts does not quite have 4 shields, but that's alright. Kins and Shadow, they do have those ultimates on board. It's just a case of, can they actually get the opportunity to use them? Because they haven't really had that chance yet. Swimmer looking over towards A, towards those pyramids. It is actually Lightning to find the first kill. Jonas going down. Here comes now the push into A. Shadow and Swimmer being those first 2. And it is the rest of Guardians stacked up towards this side. And Vanta does still have this operator. She is so deadly, especially at these long ranges, especially in the capable hands of someone like him. Matrix finds one. Knife comes through, suppresses,
Spike down A.
finds that intel, and Lightning
One
capitalizes.
enemy remaining.
It's falling apart for Guardians, and we might see again a 2-round lead
Teleport's ready.
for Invictum. It's a flawless round coming through. Once again, Invictum, their wins are clean, and Guardians, their wins are scrappy. You're seeing the timeout come through. Good timing for that, I think. You know, at this point, you just want to slow that momentum. Be
Yeah, you're
within the
down
whole
2 in a
bit.
row.
Here.
And you know, the only time that happened was like the pistol round, and then the pistol round and the follow up, and then the bonus and the power up round. And after that, it's just been back and forth. So for Invictum to find another 2, I mean, we could still see, Joe, another 8-4 half.
It's honestly looking quite probable we will see a yet another 8-4 half. But 8-4 halves, they are not final. There's 2 halves to every match. We have
Here.
seen these comebacks happen,
Seen that on Ascent, and we see what
which is
saw it
why
on
I think Guardians need to be sort of gearing up for the fact that they
Here.
will not have a favorable half, but that is by no means the end. And you need to just mentally
Yeah.
reset for that.
However, you know, you talk about the sides that they're playing, the roles that they're playing. Attacking on Breeze, you do want a bit more, but obviously sometimes Breeze can have those defender-sided maps, and it does kind of catch you off guard when it happens. So
We've seen a lot of, I think maybe the majority of these maps for sure in this set haven't really followed the conventions of like favoring sides. It has purely been
Yeah.
around momentum.
So, and once again, there are always 2 halves to a side of Valorant. Jonut's getting
You
that
want
sort
to
of force
play? Let's play.
online, picks up the ult orb, and it's the entry now into the site. So an A split from Guardians, and Stain finds the first. This Viper wall,
Spike planted.
blocking those line of sights, and it is now
Last
2
player
versus 4. 1 versus 4. Jonuts has to clutch this to keep his team in the game. And he's not even able to find one. Lightning locks it out, and it is now 7-4. Once again, the momentum firmly in the hands of Invictum. And
Last
this is where the
round
mental
before the
factor
switch.
starts to come into play as well, Joe, doesn't it? Especially for
Absolutely.
Guardians.
That's a good
Losing
I take
this amount of rounds on the trot.
and losing Bind in the fashion they did as well.
Yeah. Being up that significantly in the first half on match point, series point, to lose it,
Yeah.
that's gonna hurt.
6-0 to 8-4 to 8-10, and then to 13-10. 10-13.
You are powerless.
It must hurt, and Panther, insult to injury, picks up 2 with the operator down B main. And he just makes it look easy. Not quite getting the third, the blind spray through the Viper wall. He's able to at least get the first. Lich King goes down. Shlado
player
finds that
standing.
kill, pops the Viper's pick.
Toxin screen down.
Zane does have those blades still,
Dead.
has those knives. Does not have
Insane.
them any longer.
Zane really just needed to give that intel. They know that Shadow's still hanging around there. They know he's not getting the plant down, and he's on such
Yeah.
low health. Anything will kill him.
Don't get in my way.
Any intel you
Even
can
that
get on
headshot
someone
through
that
the
low.
wall.
Yep.
Switching sides.
Yeah. Wasn't able to get the plank down the spike. Once again, it's
Here.
8-4. This could be where we
Here.
see that trend finish
Here.
of the team that starts an attack winning that map. Unless we see something similar to Ascent from Guardians, and to be honest, I don't know if they have it in them, the endurance. We're now in map 5, this is no longer the second map of the series, this is the final map of the series.
Absolutely. So, you know, the energy level's probably going to be down for, well, certainly
I know
Guardians.
mine are.
After that crippling loss of the previous map, you're going to be pretty low on energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Invictum, they're just going to be more fired up than ever, especially with how that half went. They're going to be laughing.
Victim hitting the
How that
shots they
went.
really need to. Jonut's missing that one.
Once again, here comes the Aldrone. Finds one, has to TP away. At least that is the entry. Lectron though,
Be faster.
doubles back, but Swimmer, he's
Spike
gone up through
planted.
CT, up through tunnel. Can't land the second on
Tag
sustain.
Stain.
Donut, so he's still good for it. The spike is down, however, 2 versus 3 now from Invictum. They've won these before. They can certainly win
Last
it
player
again.
standing.
But now Donut, third on the round, able to find one. The Matrix can't clamp those right clicks. Shadow locks it out, and that's a much needed pistol round, much needed victory.
It's not over yet.
It's not over till it's over, and I mean, Ascent certainly showed that. Bind certainly showed that. We are in for a treat here, Joe. For anyone that thought Breeze would just be a total walkover, I mean, it still has the potential to be, but once again, Invictum, they haven't quite shown that dominance that we saw in the group stage. You know, we saw it on Bind against Vega, and that's about it here in these playoffs.
Yeah, this is a
They're
far
still-
cry from the team that was consistently getting, 10 and
13,
2, 11 and 1
13.
by
Yeah.
halves. They are bleeding.
Jonas gonna lock that out onto Lightning just to prove
Out
that.
of charges.
Nearly cost him his
And he's
life,
managed
but
to
he
get
gets
second
a
as well.
second.
There's absolutely no way he should be landing those shots, and Lecton just sprayed down by Lich King. Obviously knows he doesn't need to regress. He has that in. Zane goes down, that Marshall isn't good for any. Vanta at least finds one for his troubles.
Spike dropped.
Finds one for the troubles of Invictum. He's going in, drops the
That's a gun.
spike. He now has his Marshall in hand. So dangerous. But obviously there's Marshals on the other side
Last
too.
player standing.
And Swimmer doesn't even need a Marshal, only has a Spectre and still shuts him down from doors. But obviously this is eco from Invictum. This is that follow-up after the pistol round. This is where the real test comes in. If Guardians can convert this bonus, that's when the panic button needs to be pressed over in the Invictum camp.
Yeah, Guardians win this. We go to 8-7, and that sort of
And also,
Very
they have a pistol
impressive
going
lead.
into.
exactly that impressive lead we were congratulating Invictum for before is gonna fade away.
Completely nullified, yeah.
This should do.
Jonat's now setting up that rendezvous. You know, heads up against Vanta. Looking over towards doors as well. They have to be so cautious here. Guardians, obviously, they are in that disadvantage. But Kins finds one. Jonas a second. Hold on a minute. What's going on? Vanta at least finds one, but they're not aware of the position in mid.
Matrix gets two.
One enemy
He's not
remaining.
aware of the position. Kins, though, so strong for them, but he has to be even stronger still. He's behind these remaining two, and he can't even get the first. Matrix, 4 kills on the round, exactly what Invictum needed. Still 2 alive, coming into this 4th round as power-up. Certainly not clean.
Absolutely not, and that was looking to be in Guardians' favor until Matrix gets 2. But
They didn't check that corner, and that was all Matrix needed. But there's a very different world where Matrix gets checked.
there's even just a different world where Matrix fires too quickly, doesn't wait for the second, and gets
Yeah, exactly.
traded.
Some superb discipline from that Viper inside a mid, but now we're coming into this next round. It's the power up. Both these teams now have these rifles. And this is the true test for Invictum to see what they can do. And they don't. Invictum, they don't check Lich King. Lightning though does. Shadow
Trades for
with that
days.
trade. Yeah, back and forth. It's a rotation back towards A. Now they've drawn out these rotations. The sound must be heard now. You can see
Poison orb emitting.
Guardians rotating back. Jado is staying behind a little bit. Jonuts, what a kill through the
One
cloud
enemy
burst.
remaining.
There's only one left.
Revealing area.
High pyramids.
Found them.
It's Matrix. He finds one onto Jonuts. Quarter Force only finding
Team
number
Ace.
of kills. 13 HP as well, but Swimmer locks it off for a team ace. 9-7. And team aces are all obviously good because obviously, you know, it's a fun little stat how everyone got one kill, but also it means that everyone at least got something towards their economy as well. At least get some credits. And having that many players alive at the end as well, 3, bringing 3 of those rifles across to this round. It's going to be so immensely helpful, especially as the only ultimate available in this round, or at least coming into it, is that Viper's Pit
Shutting them
for
down.
Matrix, which obviously is only really helpful in that post-plant situation. Jonuts is going to start things off. He's with a double kill right off the bat.
One
Hins
enemy
locks it out
remaining.
as well.
See ya.
And there's
Spike
only one
down
left
A.
alive. Zane at least finds one with that sheriff, but yeah, bit of an eco from Invictum. It certainly does not work out for them. Guardians get it to within 1.
3 huge kills from Jonuts that round.
Yeah, absolutely massive, especially those initial 2, just to really set the pace. Kins as well helped out massively.
I mean, when he's on his game, he just seems unstoppable, really. When he's hitting those shots, you can have all the utility in the
It's
world.
the same thing we've been talking about with Zane as well. When he's like turned on, he's absolutely unstoppable. Whether he's on Jet, whether he's on Sage, whether he's on Raze. There's rounds where he's truly
Get
activated.
out of my way.
Oh, powerless.
They're just pretty much in the hands of Invictum already. And Zane
You
Let's
want to
have that
play?
brainstorm.
Let's play.
has the
Gone.
potential to be so powerful. Has one
Welcome
onto
to
Shadow.
my world.
Viper's Pit ingested as well. Or invested even. Hunter's Fury though. That counter ultimate coming through from Kins. Lecton. The fragment grenade taking out Lich King. The other KO. Swimmer at least finds one. The Bladestorm taking off, only able to find one. Vanta does have the tour de force.
One
And he's
enemy
whiffed
remaining.
it. Swimmer though. Bladestorm once again whiffed, and Jonuts, what is that? He's aware of the position, but he sprayed through and they've surrounded him. Double digits now from Invictum, and that's a much needed round. That's one
Absolutely.
that they sorely needed, and that's one they deserve as well. There's no question about it.
Back and
3
forth,
left alive.
Victim is still staying in control.
Yeah. Despite the 2-round bursts that Guardians are getting, economy still in much worse position than it is for Invictum. Simply due to the nature of how these rounds have worked out and
That's
the
a good
order of them.
spot. Perfect.
So now, round 19. This is must win for Guardians. Certainly some interesting weapon choices. You can see a Guardian or 2 on their lineup. Does take down Matrix, he has to dash away. Doesn't quite escape in time. Lecton and Lightning find one apiece. Now man advantage in the hands of Invictum. Once again, this point
Spike
starts to go
planted.
down. Spike on the floor. Jonuts with another. It's now
Enemy
all down
down.
to him and Kins. What a flick from Kins. Lecton sent away. Good night.
Teleport's ready.
But they're still up against such difficult situations. His post-pump position's so strong.
Shot down.
Shock Dart comes through,
One enemy remaining.
dealing some damage. Zane takes down Jonuts with a second as well. 3 on the round onto Kins.
Gotta
It's
wonder if
tough.
maybe it was the smarter idea to save that. Obviously, they get the 2 kills, but
It's starting to slip away now, isn't it?
losing that up, you might want to just
Yeah.
cut your losses and not make an attempt.
Obviously, hindsight is 2020, and this is the timeout being called. Guardians have to win 4 out of the next 5 to stay alive. They need to win all 5 in a row to avoid overtime, to avoid the chaos and unpredictability that that brings.
Jonuts are very close to the tour de force, so that is a sort of
Yeah.
Right
silver
here.
lining.
Absolutely.
We've
But
seen
this
how
round-
lethal he can be with that.
Yeah, this round is must win though. If they lose this, they're potentially going in with maybe even a half fight into that potentially final round. While I won't doubt their ability to pull out those thrifties, we've certainly seen a fair few today. We've definitely seen more for the side of Invictum. It'd be a shame, such a shame, for Team Guardian Sigma to get this far in this series and just lose it out, especially with how Bind went.
They looked so good in that Haven, but Bind is where it all
Yeah.
sort of started to fall apart.
Revealing area. Deploying drone.
Vanta, an early pick onto Jonas.
Shutting them down.
Zane as well. And yep, this is an eco
Throwing charge.
coming through. They have nothing.
Last player
Eric though
standing.
onto Zane.
Then gets taken down, but immediate trade.
Yeah. Once again, possibly the only thing
Spike
they
planted.
get. Shado does have something primary weapon in his hands, but we might need to reload. Here we go. Final push now in this round. In this round 20. This could be the writing on the wall. Guardians may need to be flawless after this. Matrix shuts it down and
Match point.
4 in a row needed now.
Yeah, there is
Series,
there's no room for mistakes here.
match point, series point, tournament point.
That works.
Only 1 round now needed for Invictum to be the very first Talent League champions.
Jonas
while
has
they
the full
have-
force.
Yeah. And while they certainly won't have lost, they certainly have lost a map now. If they win this, they haven't lost a match. So that still rests in the balance. It all comes down to this. Round 21 on Breeze,
Jones gets
and
one.
Jonas gets the first. Peeking out through doors. Still might not be enough. Fanta does have that operator in hand. Seeing how deadly he can be.
Nowhere
Zane
to
now
run!
preps that dash. And here comes Hunter's Fury. Some tags done. But Lightning takes down Kins.
Blocking sight.
Jones gets the refrag. He's gone.
Yeah,
Forgot about
Swimmer as well.
Swimmer takes it.
Doubles down. 4 versus 2 now.
Last player standing.
Matrix. Not quite good onto Lich King. Shadow shuts down Vanta. This is well needed, and this still needs to be clean. They can't let Matrix get too many hit, or their buy is still going to be fairly weak.
30
That
seconds
last
left.
round. He's got out the knife. That's all Shadow needs to shut it down. 4 left alive. Almost perfect. Guardians are able to at least hold on.
A gift.
It's still a full buy from Invictum. And once again, it's this flick of a coin. What will happen? That string of 3 in a row in the middle of this second half
All set up.
has truly been so devastating for the side of Guardians. Now they need 4 in a row. They found 1. There's 3 left remaining inside of regulation. They need all of it.
No one walks away. Suppress it.
Next one. Pops the null command, Lich King takes down Zane straight away. And the rotation away, at least to mid. Fairly easy, fairly quick. He finds one onto Swimmer, and that should be the intel given out. You can see these defenders rushing towards A. There's still 1 player hanging about B. Just trying to see where the spike is. No, the spike is headed over to A.
Down A.
Now it is on the floor. King's getting one onto Matrix. It has not been close up
Deploying
at
drone.
all. Trades 1 for 1.
The ops ring out from
Guardians.
either side as Lexa
Yeah.
gets taken down
In
trying
the
to
man
run.
advantage.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Spike down
He's
A.
watching that rotation. It's all down to Lightning. He's made his way up into that defender spawn. He's got 40 times.
Taken out.
Finds
Gets
one.
one. Can't find the second.
Another clean round from Guardians even.
That's
Surely
a
they
good
don't do it again. Surely they don't get overtime.
Surely not.
And looking at this, Matrix and Zane can't afford rifles if they... Yeah, they can't afford rifles. They're just
They've
gonna
got the
have to
ults,
go
though.
into it with the show. They do have the ults, but for Matrix, it's not really a
Ooh,
weapon
nice spot
as
first.
much as it is that Viper's Pit, obviously.
You're gonna have to
Bladestorm,
rely
though,
on your team.
yeah, absolutely, and here we go. Zane does pop Bladestorm. There's no reason not to. Everything's on the line. Viper's Pit as well. Viper's Pit for both sides, actually. Shadow has that ult online as well. Kins spotted with the recon dart. But
Zane dies early.
Insane. That is so bad for the side of Invictum. Because that was their Bladestorm as well. That's the ult invested. Ult used. Nothing gained. Matrix does have the Sheriff. Can still do damage. But it looks like it's just going to be playing for retake here
Spike
from
planted.
Guardians. I don't know if Shadow actually saw Lightning. He does get that kill anyway. Now 5 versus 3, Lexon
Flashbang.
taken low with the wallbang. Tries to swing out through the flash, finds one onto Jonuts. Can he find the second? Yes, but shut down by Lich King. Lovely set piece.
Last player
Still,
standing.
Matrix with the Sheriff finds one. It's now all down to Matrix. He can't make it land. Shadow 3 on the round. It's massive from him. It's less clean, but it's still a win.
We're going to
24.
round 24.
We saw a potentially dodgy buy from Invictum, and it looks like we might see that again.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Timeout. Invictum have to take this timeout. Looks like they will have some of them be able to take that buy. This is squeaky bum time now for both of these teams. The entire map, entire series, the entire tournament rests in the balance of this one round, this round 24.
Do or die for Guardians here.
I mean, yeah, and looking at the way the momentum has seemed to stack up, it's kind of do or die for Invictum as well.
Yeah, that overtime could be as good as a loss with these past few rounds.
Yeah. Confidence, they've got to try and get this back, and that's what this timeout is here to do. Get their own confidence back, hold the momentum of Guardians, and try and win this, because if they don't, it goes to overtime, and it's so unpredictable, so chaotic, anything could happen, and Invictum, the tournament, might slip from between their fingers. But obviously, we don't know yet. And that is what this round 24 is going to show us here on Breeze. 20 seconds left of this buy phase. And then it's non-stop action until we have a winner, or we head to overtime and we see Guardians back on the attack where they did not do quite so well.
Yep, potentially the last round of Talent League Season 1.
Invested early from Shadow, just to try and lock off this A control, this A main.
Vanta tries to get a freebie by spraying through. Jonuts gets the opening.
Jonuts. Once again, we see Jonuts step up to the plate when his team needs him most. But Matrix, he's up through tunnel, up through tube. He can try and find something from bridge from that doorway. Jonuts is watching with that operator,
Gets
and
a
he takes down
second.
Zane. This is so dangerous now. Do they go for that rotate? I think they're rotating now. And Swimmer, the first point of contact here for Team Guardian Sigma. This team Invictum need to try and make this stick. Vanta has got a really good position here inside of mid, but it might not even be useful. Bladestorm pops from Swimmer. He does manage to find one. Pin's taken out by Vanta. Jonuts. Third kill. And Lich King wants it out. So we're going to overtime once again.
It's always Jonuts, that name we've been saying time and time again.
It's always Jonah.
Consistently performed in every map.
Yeah. We did see a bit of a fall off on Haven. But it didn't matter because Guardians were able to pick up the slack.
Absolutely.
But when they've needed him most, he's been there.
That works.
Man of the moment, man of the hour. On this chamber, through and through. Apart from the fade, was it? I think on bind, which
Yeah,
didn't really work out so well. But yeah, maybe that's a role they won't quite try again. Once again, Invictum, they're back on this defensive side. Guardians on the attack, and Shadow looking to get a bit cheeky.
Poison's off.
Going around these walls, trying to see what they can find, but doesn't seem to be anything. It's kind of weird seeing Guardians back in those red names, those red player icons, but it is what it is, because we once again are in overtime. 1 minute left to go of the round, and nothing's really happened. Guardians, once again, going slowly, being methodical. The push starting to come through now.
Crunch time for Zane, but he just gets shut down by Jonah. Swimmer comes in. Swimmer gets 2.
One enemy remaining.
A third on the round.
Fanta at least shuts
Spike
that down
planted.
though. The spike is now down. It's 1 versus 5. He's found one. 4 still left to find. He does have the operator
Teleport's ready.
at these long range, but not quite great, especially if you're trying to spray transfer. That's why these rifles can come in so handy. You know, especially if they lose this op coming through to the next round as well. That's also dangerous. Position revealed as well. He gets taken out. Shadow locks it out. Once again,
Switching
Guardians,
sides.
they're up 13 rounds to
Match
12, Joe. And now they're going on to the more favoured side on the map.
That's a
Yeah.
good spot.
My heart is racing and I'm not even playing this game.
We've gone
I can
from
only imagine these players.
a sort of nightmare for Invictum to just a catastrophe to just the unimaginable now.
Yeah. And it looked like Invictum should have closed this out. They had 4 opportunities to do it.
Absolutely.
It just has not come through.
Toxins going up.
What can they do on their attack now? That's the question.
Shadow's so close.
Toxin screen down.
They don't know. It doesn't know.
Get out of my way.
Grimmer does. Oh no, what
down
kill from
A.
Shadow. They all come
Oh.
coming in. Lightning at least finds one.
All on
Vanta's in mid.
Vanta.
He's the last one left in a 1 versus 4 to keep them in the tournament, to stop this from falling through the hands. The stand slips through the hourglass, and that's it. The miracle run, the miracle team. Team Guardian Sigma are your Talent League Season 1 champions in the Valorant League, and I don't believe it. I do not believe what I've just witnessed, Joe. The Titans have fallen. They've crumbled. They've let it slip. And
It's a
Guardians,
proper David versus Goliath situation.
they've completed that miracle run, Joe, Guardians, and the man at the helm, Joe Nuts, has to be the MVP of this series. I mean, by far and away, the best player for Guardians and the best player throughout.
Absolutely, but don't take
27 and 17 on that last map. Just
don't take that
incredible.
away from the reason Guardians have won this is because everyone
Yeah,
has been firing on cylinders when they're needed.
that's true. That's true.
On these maps they've won, it's always been 3 or 4 people consistently getting those clutch moments, consistently getting those openings, consistently taking ground, playing together. What we saw in
We've seen a
Invictum,
lot
they
of
were
Joe Nuts.
sort of fractured. They were not playing as a team often. They were playing these one-on-one engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes down to it, you know, they've relied on Zane heavily in that last map. It win the series. They've relied on Zane heavily throughout this entire season, and when he's being shut down, and you know, by a lot of the time by no fault in his own, it's just Guardians just fired on all cylinders today. Absolutely incredible, an insane run. through the Champion Series, Joe.
Absolutely, and this was a team that we thought was going out in the lower bracket.
Yeah,
But
this was a team, didn't expect them to win against Emirates, especially in the fashion they did that 2-0. Very close series, however, 13-11, 14-12. Another close series again, took all the way to overtime on that final map. But, I mean, they made it work.
they made it work in the end, and that's what counts. They stuck with it. Through high and low, they've stuck with it, and now they get to reap the rewards.
165 euros to that team, the team that no one expected to make it this far. But in the end, that is the story that we're seeing here. So I don't know about you, Joe, but I still think that my MVP for this series has to be Joe Nuts.
100%. Joe Nuts was consistently getting these entry kills, being in these entry engagements, taking ground for the team, getting these clutches. We saw that 4v2. He's the one doing these things that have really propelled Guardians into this championship point.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's going to be it from us at Talent League. That has been season 1 of Talent League Valorant. I hope you all have thoroughly enjoyed watching this all the way through. The Titans, team Invictum, undefeated, didn't lose a map until today, and they lost the entire series 3-2. They kept it close, but that is going to be us. So from me, so thank you to Joe for casting with me today. Thank you, Pubel. Thank you to Trippin. Once again, he's been observing, he's been producing, he's run the entire league. He's made sure everything goes ahead as planned. And so thank you to everyone for watching. We wouldn't really be here without your support. And that's going to be it from us. So see you in the next one, whether it's Rainbow Six, Valorant, wherever. Goodbye.